Bueno, buenos días a todos. Consejera de Economía y Hacienda del...
The government of Ceuta will come in remotely, and Director General for Gaming of the Basque Country from Castilla-La Mancha, the Deputy Director General for the Department of Gaming, Infoplay, participants of the police forces of Brazil, Andorra, and Interpol and Europol members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen from the police, national police, and different autonomous police officers, regulators of gaming, of the different autonomous communities, representatives of the League and the Royal Football Federation, collaborating companies for responsible gaming. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to our home, and I hope that you will feel as if at home. It is a matter of pride to receive you in this auditorium in the National Police Centre, where we will begin the 5th international meeting of responsible gaming, with our commitment in the event to have safe gaming in a technological and digital environment. The approval of Law 13/2011 regulating gaming determined 2 broad lines of action for organising gaming to make it safe and responsible. And as it should be, this coincides with the commitment of our police institution for now and the future. Regulation has converted gambling into one of the most biggest offerings of leisure and entertainment available in our society. Gamers have more importance in the entire cycle for private and public institutions. And this process of changes is accompanied by a higher level of demand from consumers as well as from regulators, and of this highly digitalized society interacting with the gaming sector with various different marketing channels, face-to-face, online, with different regulatory agencies and operators of different kinds, public as well as private. And all of this in an environment with a large innovation component. The public powers have the obligation to prevent addictive behavior and protect groups that are particularly sensitive, who should not be gaming, like minors or those who are self-prohibited, and to bear in mind the interests of other gamers. To give a modern regulatory response, allowing the development of the activity and minimizing the harmful effects that derive from it, is the main objective of the National Police Force, together with the Department for Organizing Gaming. Through new technologies, this has to be implemented for the design of products, and also to lay down a context where participation in gaming is done with the security and safety of having the essential elements in order to reduce the appearance of risk behavior. We will analyze with some of the major national and international experts how new technologies have favored the global development of gaming and gambling. And this has to serve to us as to facilitate measures to control gaming so that it is practiced under full safety and traceability conditions. Thank you for your work in this highly qualified sector, and without your collaboration it would be very difficult to achieve the objectives in order to guarantee the protection and security of our citizens. Thank you very much, and I have now inaugurated this 5th international meeting on responsible gaming.
Buenos días a todos.
Hello, good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jacqueline Messinas. I'm a member of the International Alliance for Responsible Gaming, and we are very proud of this meeting. Welcome. Good morning, Rafael Perez and from National Police, Ángel González Moran for crime, and Specialist Doña Vizcal David Calvete, head of the Gambling and Betting Control Service of the Spanish National Police. From the government of Cecilia Pastor, the Deputy Director General of Gaming Inspection of the Department of Gaming, Tiago de Ordavra, Chief Inspector of the Ministry of Justice of Security, Public Security in Brazil, members of Interpol, Europol, and all the different other organisms for regulating gaming, representatives of the Royal Football Federation and the League, colleagues from the AS newspapers, speakers, collaborators, spectators here present and remotely listening to us, and particularly our friends from Chile and the United States. Thank you very much, colleagues, Mariela, and Bo, Bernard, for being here present. Thank you for accompanying us in this 5th meeting, international meeting of responsible gaming, with the title New Technologies for Safe Gaming. I feel very honored to be here in this place, this solemn place, to have the confidence of the National Police Force of Spain in order to open to all of us this place that has received the highest of personalities, including His Majesty the King and ministers, where noble acts are celebrated, where medals have been given, together with such important emblems here, such noble flags that represent us all, with portraits of King Philip and Queen Letizia here, with these symbols that are the strengths of our society, of our economy, and of our culture, of our leisure, of our gaming, and of our sports. These symbols are security. They represent security that we all need and which we all seek. Security as a common place to return to. And there is no total security without the responsible commitment of each one and all of us. Responsibility in our work, in our tasks, offering responsible gaming, offering that safety and security in order to guarantee the freedom of choice, because without security and safety, there isn't any freedom. And that is why we will be thinking here about how we can polish more and more responsible gaming, and how that is possible thanks to everybody's cooperation in the gaming industry, in the sports industry, and in the organizations that coordinate us and strengthen us. Once more, strength, like the symbols that accompany us today. We are protagonists of a historical event that is equally necessary. It is an intensive meeting that will be fruitful. We have 3 debating tables on new technologies, on compliance and safe betting, with the main national and international experts on the subject. And it wouldn't be possible, once more, without the support of the National Police Force of Spain. And we thank also the China, the Basque Police Force, the Navarre Police Force, the Mossos from Catalonia, and all the autonomous police forces, and on the Royal Football Federation of Spain, the Spanish League, the Department for Gaming, and AS newspaper as a media department. We also are thankful, of course, to the government of Ceuta as a global partner, and our sponsors, Anesar, Asencia Lawyers, Casino of Puerto Llano, of Casino Cuenca Talavera, Guadalajara, Red Mancha, the group Diaz Calabajosa, Bli, Lucia, Mercur Dosnia, Pause and Play, Export Tune, and Group of Valisa. So once more, thank you.
La primera mesa para que salgan.
So we'll have the first roundtable. Please, let's invite up onto the stage Cecilia Pastor, who will be the moderator, the Deputy Director for the Inspection Department of Gaming, Mr. Tiago Horta Andrade, Chief Inspector of the Ministry of Justice and Security of the Public Security in Brazil, Antonino Juan Flores, Inspector of the Business Fraud Group of the National Police Force, Felipe Massa, Director of Ernst & Young, who represents the government of Ceuta, José Ignacio Arbea, who's in charge of the Integrity Department of La Liga, and Pablo Satas, who's the national expert and Service Commissioner of the European Centre Against Serious Crime and Organised Crime, who will be remotely connected to us. But before beginning, if everything is working fine, we're going to greet Akisi Kamania, a councillor from the government of Ceuta, and we want to thank her for her commitment in the sector of gaming, who will address a few words to us. Are you ready? Kisi Chandira. Is everything ready? Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Good morning, Kissy. I'm afraid we can hear you, but we can't see you. Yes, it doesn't seem to be, the video doesn't seem to be switching on, but, well, in order not to make you wait for too long, because I think what will be really interesting will be the meeting, this morning's meeting, which is very complete and productive. First of all, I would like to thank the National Police Force for the huge effort that they always make for our security and for our freedom. Jacqueline was saying that already in her words. If there's anywhere in Spain where those symbols gain force, which you were referring to, that is in Ceuta and in Melilla. But because for a long time, you know, we are living in a place where geopolitically and geostrategically we're always living, or we always have these difficulties which make it all a little bit more difficult, but we always have security forces to protect us and defend us. And from here, and since we are in this very special place, I would like to thank you as a member of the government of the city of Ceuta. Thank you for allowing me to participate and allowing the city of Ceuta to participate. In recent years, as you know, we've become a territory admirable for companies that work with new technologies and online gaming. That has been possible to the interests of all the participating parties, the central administration, autonomous and local administrations and everything that has to do with the technological and business fabric that goes together with that. But at the same time as these companies have set up in our city, in the government, we've understood that it is very important to cooperate in two fundamental aspects for Ceuta. First of all, with fraud, we want to be a completely transparent territory for the public tax office, whether it is state-wise, regionally, or locally. And for that, we want to have all the services available to us and all the technologies that are available to us. And I think I want this to be completely clear. For us, it is absolutely fundamentally to be transparent, to have juridical security for operators and for administrations in this case. Also, we want to participate in anything that has to do with controlling addictive behavior. And from the city of Ceuta, we will be promoting all the measures that will help us to reduce this type of behavior that can harm people. And we believe that gambling is another type of leisure activity that we have, but has to be absolutely controlled. And from the government of the city, we will be participating in all those activities that are promoted in order to achieve that. And I would like to thank you for all of this effort made to organize the meeting, and to all the partners and collaborators of these meetings. And I hope that they will be very fruitful indeed. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Kirsi. And go ahead, Cecilia, with the first roundtable on new technologies. Hello, good morning to everybody. Thank you very much to the National Police Force and organisers for their invitation in order to participate in this meeting. This first roundtable, we have the opportunity of analysing how technologies can help us in the compliance of objectives of protection of participants in gaming, fighting against fraud in order to guarantee a public order. One of the sectors that has gone forward most, because the internet is, there are many ways of paying and charging with IT, giving alternatives to traditional banking. In this evolution, we've seen the development of Bitcoin and other crypto coins, which have not yet been regulated. There's lack of regulation together with the difficulties in order for the traceability of transactions. It means that these new methods of payment may be a risk for the activity and may be attractive for cyber criminals. In order to be able to talk about all of this, we have Antonino Juan Flores, Inspector of the Business Fraud Department of the National Police Force. Antonino, welcome, and thank you very much for participating. You now have the floor. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for representing my department on cybercrime. And we work on researching, investigating all computer fraud, IT fraud. I'm going to talk about new technologies in order to transfer funds. It is true that these technologies are innovative and they are coming in together with many other technologies like 5G, mass learning, and they will be increasing the danger of the misuse of these technologies of sending money. IT fraud represents 85% of the crimes that is denounced in Spain in technology, and that means that cyber criminals have a great need to shift money between bank accounts that they can get to control. We've been observing that the gaming and gambling sector has adopted many different types of companies of currency to give that comfort to their customers to be able to play and to be able to charge them. Cyber criminals go to the lowest point of friction, and the banking sector is achieving making difficulties that they don't like, and there are gaming accounts where criminals quickly can take money out in cash points or make transfers, and they can. This model is decentralized, and there's a lot of innovation in spite of that. It is still decentralized, so we have access to the information in order to monitor that. The scenario that we foresee is that cryptocurrencies are being used more and more by the general public and by cyber criminals, of course, and that is the situation that we're observing. And elsewhere, there are gaming platforms and casinos where crypto coins are directly accepted. It is difficult to. These methods of payment are easily adapted to gaming. The technology is not good or bad as such. It is the use that is made of it by individuals that is the risk, and there are many challenges rather than risks when investigating these types of assets, but there are other strengths which arises from transactions. There's other strengths also that we can use to face these main challenges. Okay, well, thank you very much. You said it can be a threat, although it can also be an opportunity, and it can be used as a means of payment, as in any other activity. Currently, we lack any regulation. There's been an attempt in the law for measures against fraud, where they brought in the obligation of giving information in exchanges or deposit accounts, and that is what we have. Then there was a draft for European regulation, for a regulation to regulate the activities, these financial activities. Now, how has the tax law helped you, and how can these new developments help you, and what would you ask for in a new regulation? Well, the measure has allowed these exchanges to collaborate in a fluid way, so replicating the model that we currently have. There are not only exchanges in jurisdictions that are not within our reach. So in the future, it would be very interesting to be able to replicate the model that we have at the moment, which we have with centralized platforms in this decentralized economy of cryptocurrencies. It is to be able to have the best of both worlds, quick access to information of users, of transactions, and then to have that guaranteed with the blockchain technology, the traceability from the very beginning. And we have to acknowledge that this kind of action can have greater strength to the current system in the best of worlds. Okay, well, thank you very much, Antonino. And now we will go to another one of the threats that exist on the activity, the corruption that is linked to manipulating sports competitions and betting, is a threat to sport because it attacks against its values, its essential values. And this diagnosis is shared internationally in the European Union. There is the agreement of the Council of Europe about the manipulation of the Macolin Convention. Although it is not ratified by Spain yet. It is in force, and it intends to give a global response to all the different areas in this threat. In Spain, in July 2019, the National Commission to Combat the Manipulation of Sports Events and Fraud in Betting. From a police perspective, there are many initiatives that have been put forward, among them the creation within Europol of a project of corruption in sport. To talk about all of that, we have Pablo Salazar, who's the national expert in the European Centre Against Serious and Organised Crime of Europol, who will be connecting with us via internet. Pablo, welcome. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much. Whenever you are ready, you have the floor. Well, thank you very much to you all. Firstly, thank you very much for granting me this, granting the opportunity to Europol to participate in this very interesting meeting. And I would like to thank the organisers for this and also for giving me this opportunity to participate. And I also want to greet the panelists and all the audience in the auditorium. And as Cecilia was mentioning, the creation of this project arises fundamentally because of the need that was arising internationally in various events in Europe. There were sports scandals also, like, for example, the German referee Robert Heusser, and other situations like the Calciopoli or the Bochum case. These are events that were claiming a need, were calling on us to be able to act on this type of manipulation. This is why there was a resolution in the European Parliament with match fixing, and this was followed by another resolution in the Parliament on online gaming, match fixing and laundering. And then there was the Convention against the fixing, or the Macolin Convention as it is called, and all of this in Europe. We are seeing that there is a need to create a project that can fight against these fixed sports events, and then that is why we have a need of creating the project of corruption in sport, which could, in 2014, the mission of Europol as organisers in the fight against organised crime and terrorism, and part of that organised crime is undoubtedly corruption. And in 2014, indeed, essentially, it was concentrated mainly on sport, but for 2 years now, the corruption project covers corruption generally. Sports is a part of it, or one more area of corruption, like corruption in the police, in the judicial service, in public services. The mission of Europol to support investigations that there are by the member states whenever they affect more than one country, and when it is a crime that is in the annex in the regulations. Part of the annex obviously includes corruption. So this project has the fundamental mission of supporting the research taking place in the different countries, and it's made up of 24 member countries together with 5 more third countries and organizations like Interpol, Eurojust and Olaf. As I say, the fundamental mission, in order to explain the importance of the project, is the support of these organizations, and it is concentrating on the analysis of information. So the countries contribute information. The project then analyzes that information so that they can produce a response for those countries whenever there is a link or a hit is triggered, and when information is crossed, in order to put in touch investigating agencies. And this is called an intelligence package, which can be simply an exchange of report between countries, or a more detailed exchange report, which is an operation analysis to develop the data more. And apart from that, the support given by Europol to countries is coordination. In other words, to put investigators in touch with each other when there are investigations that overlap, and to facilitate the possibility of meeting on site in the Europol offices in order to establish the direction to take. The experience that we've acquired with this support in investigations in different countries has enabled us to see how organized crime has found in this sector, in this industry, an important area in order to profit. And obviously we're talking about organized groups, and generally in sports events, this is just one more activity that they participate in, apart from laundering or drugs trafficking or people trafficking, and sports fraud, particularly in gambling, is another sector in which the criminals will find a place to act. The modus operandi generally is concentrated on influencing the results of the event by using runners or intermediaries with the intention of ensuring or guaranteeing a result that they want, obviously in order to be able to bet in the sports market, which is being diversified also in Asia together with Europe. And they use the web to contact with gamblers, and they use intermediaries who are closer to the players, and they concentrate on gambling, so that the difference that there is between the Asian and European markets, there is a big difference, particularly in Asia, because this is going to be make it more difficult for police forces to investigate because of the separation, because the traceability of the Asian market is one of the great difficulties, and this is one of the biggest handicaps that we are faced with. This is a broad market where 1 billion, 1.69 billion, and a high percentage of 65% concentrated in Asia. We're talking about profits of 100 million euros. So it's a very attractive market for organized crime. And football, tennis are the majority sports, but we are seeing that other minority sports are also being affected by fixing, like table tennis and other sports that were not well positioned in the ranking initially, but they are now beginning to appear in this market. And the reason that any sports competition that can be betted on will be attacked by the criminal groups. And Europol has a tool that it works with, that it offers for countries, and that is the Siena system. The Siena system gives the possibility of exchanging information in a safe and secure encrypted way, and the countries that are owners of that information can protect that information and share it in that environment, in that secure environment. And with this system, countries send a request via Europol to any other country in their surroundings, and they expect a response through the same channel. And so we act as that channel in order to be able to facilitate conveying that information, as well as replying to the country that is posing the question. So on my behalf, I'm trying to be as concise as possible, because I know that there's not that much time, and I want to allow time for the roundtable. Clearly, the support given by Europol to countries is most importantly centered on operational and strategical support. But that operational support consists of basically supporting the investigation that countries have already initiated, and it is concentrated on analyzing information and to be able to give support in the searches and putting into action of the operations. I want to stress the importance of all the stakeholders, and it is important for the Europol, apart from the member states, has a very strong relationship with the private sector, because without that link among all of us, it would be practically impossible to combat criminality in this field, which is fixing sports competitions. And I am now open to any questions that might arise in the roundtable, and I thank you once more for the invitation. You've really been very respectful with the 10 minutes that the organizers have given you. You've talked about the huge difficulties that we are faced with. You've talked about how Europol supports police forces in different countries. You've talked about the magnitude of the problem and cooperation and the importance of cooperation of the private sector. I understand that this includes betting shops, operators. Could you talk a little bit more about this latter idea? How can other entities and companies in society, how can they help in these game fixing circumstances in Europol? I'm sorry, I'll switch my microphone on now. Well, Europol has a memorandum of understanding. These are agreements with various different institutions. I think, in order to mention just a couple, there are companies that monitor both sports events like Sports Radar or UEFA. These are the kinds of agreements. What they are trying to achieve is to gather efforts, bring together efforts, not just in getting information. Obviously, we get information, but in order to finding the best way of combating this organized crime. An example would be that possibility of obtaining information from the private sector, and obviously also we have to bear in mind that by analyzing it with police forces, because Europol is the police agency of the European Union that represents those interests. The best way of talking or of achieving that cooperation is with practical examples. The majority of cases that we've supported come through the cooperation with the private sector. In the case of Spain, for example, it is the Department for Gaming or the Spanish Football League. But I don't want to mention specific cases, but that prior work has been done, and Europol then comes in to support that investigation, and that is fundamental so that there can be success in the operation. Thank you very much. We will continue with this serious threat. The fixing of sports events motivated by betting violates the internal regulations of these sports organizations and can ruin sports careers. The exploitation of sports events by criminal organizations who have access to the betting markets thanks to technology has transformed fixing into a world corruption tool. And that is why there is a commitment from organizations for integrity. To talk about that, we have Jose Ignacio Arbea, who's in charge of the integrity department in La Liga, the Spanish league. Thank you very much for inviting La Liga to this marvelous event. Thanks to the National Police Force and Aya Felin and Infoplane and the Department of Sports and Gaming. And I would like to begin my presentation by mentioning the importance, as Pablo said before, of working all together against this situation of sports corruption in sports, and we all have to work together. And this symposium is an example of this, thanks to Infoplay. And we, for us, one of the most important things in the League is the fight against corruption in sport, not only for our interests, but also for the interests of all society as a whole, and because of the need that we have to share our tools, our technology. And this debate also aims to talk about technology and the fight against this crime using technology. And the contribution that I have is to explain and to describe what we do in La Liga in this battle. I want to begin with a news item so that you can see contextually what happened in Europe last month in August in sports corruption on the 4th of August specifically. It's been mentioned here already. Crypto crimes and corrupt betting. We have the Association to Fight Against Gambling Crime in the UK is examining how crypto coins are being used. And there's a yellow card. And in Ireland also last month, 10 people were arrested for fixing games. There's something that's being generated in Ireland that we have already mentioned previously, which is the penal code with regards to sports corruption. We're working on that. On the 16th of August in Lithuania for First Division footballers that were involved in match fixing, and with Spain, as the Deputy Director Cecilia, we've been working since 2019 with CONFAC, and all of us, stakeholders, federations, the Department for Gaming, security forces, we're all fighting together against this scourge. And with our model for fighting against this as a sports association, how we are facing this task within La Liga, we have a model of integrity, and what we want to do is to avoid this type of behavior, not only in football, but also generally in football, not just in the first top two divisions. And we have a model of honesty, and that is mainly consisting of prevention, making footballers aware of what they can and cannot do in the world of gambling, and to explain this phenomenon of sports corruption to them. And here we have my colleague Pedro, who's an expert on this, but what is important is that sports people should know the rules and should know about the phenomenon of sports corruption. Then we have the monitoring and warnings, early warnings, and how we use technology for determining and detecting potential cases of corruption through betting with our program, which is called Taike. It monitors all the football betting that appears in the world, not just in Spain. And we have an agreement also for filing claims, and we share and collaborate also with the Department for Gaming. Any warning or alarm that we may see in gambling in Spain, and reporting. And there's the Taike program also, which I'd like to explain to you, which monitors in real time 40 betting shops at the same time in the world, the biggest in the world, and all the amounts internationally and nationally. And when there's any irregularity in this betting or in any share, that there's an alarm that is triggered, and we can ask my colleague later about how this is analyzed. This is technical work, but to give you an overview, this is the program in any match in betting nationally or internationally. If there's an alarm, we launch it and we share it with all of our partners. And I've lost the sound now. this, I've got the sound back now, thank you. And this generates automatic alarms. And so before the match starts, there are two types of alarm. Imagine that there's a sudden change in amounts, or there is then there's an alarm that is launched when the bet is changed, and when somebody bets a lot, for example, on a game, and then it doesn't that team, when there's an irregularity or something that doesn't look right, and then there are live matches, and the program is comparing what is happening in the match, the match data. The program is fed with 12,000 different items of data, the passes, and it gets the information of what is happening in the match, 12,000 elements of data per match, and it compares that with what is happening in the betting shops. And that is stored. And they work with 15,000 different items, and it compares what is happening with the match and what is happening in the betting shops, and if there's any irregularity and in the stakes, and this is basically how we monitor, and these are the predictions of the models live, and all of this. Whenever there's an alarm that is triggered, we have a program which we call Media Coach, because there can be alarm that is raised in gambling, and we compare that with what really happened in the match. We can do this in the first and second division, but we can technically and tactically examine what has happened through the images with a system which we have in Media Coach, which can measure even the speed of the ball. So we substantiate our report with real facts from the match. And what we do after that is pass that on to the authorities, the National Police Force, and to the Department for Gaming. So this is a way of fighting against corruption in sport from La Liga. And what we want to do is to collaborate with all entities, because that is the only formula that we have in order to stop this phenomenon. Afterwards, if you have any questions with regards to more technical aspects or how we work, we are open to you. Thank you very much, Iñaki.
Thank you so much, Iñaki. We have talked about the importance of international cooperation and all types of cooperation. You also told us about the importance of cooperation in Spain. Do you think that your experience can be transferred to other countries? Do you think that international cooperation ways of pathways can be opened to achieve, to be more efficient? And I'm talking about sharing or transfer of knowledge as well as technology. Well, this is a trans-border element. Match fixing and manipulation of sports competition cannot be worked nationally only. We are talking about cryptocurrencies, we are talking about organized crime groups, and we are talking about, when we mention private entities, public entities, and all these stakeholders and those engaged in sports competition. Of course, we need to stand together to fight against that. We are from La Liga, we are open to cooperate with any other stakeholder, any partner that may be interested in working with us. Even if we are working in first and second division only, surely we will find a way to cooperate. So we have identified two of the main threats coming from new technologies and how the actual new technologies could help us fight them. In the third roundtable of today, we will continue to discuss corruption in sports and what we are doing in Spain in terms of fighting crime regarding bets And then we will have the opportunity to have with us betting shops organizers. And now let us talk about the regulatory framework and how we can tap that in to fight sports, gaming, non-responsible gaming, and how to protect minors and to fight against money laundering and to go after illegal gambling. In this regulation process, at this point in time, we have a country with a population of 223 people, Brazil, and we have with us Tiago Horta Arbosa. He is the Chief Inspector from the Ministry of Justice and Public Security of Brazil. Tiago, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cecilia, for your kind introduction. I would also like to thank the organizers of this summit, as well as the National Police Forces, for giving me the opportunity to be here and to share my knowledge with you. I would like to apologize in advance for my Spanish, which is not perfect. I'm making an effort to try and not to mix it a lot with Portuguese, which is my native language. Now I will tell you more about where we are now at this point in time in Brazil. But up until I do that, I will go back in time, more specifically to year 1946. Gaming and gambling has been allowed in Brazil since 1946. At that time, there were 71 casinos in operation, 600 people employed in this industry, yet there was a significant, strong pressure from conservative sectors and the Catholic Church. Carmela Dutra is on the screen. She was the spouse of the Prime Minister in Brazil. She has been the symbol, continues to be the symbol of prohibition of gaming and gambling in Brazil. She's not the one and only responsible for that, but she became a symbol of that prohibition. She was a staunch Catholic, and she has worked strongly with conservative sectors together with her husband to end up prohibiting or forbidding gambling and gaming in in Brazil. So nowadays there is lobbying for gaming and gambling to come back. So we are kind of one of the few countries that do not allow, where gambling is not allowed. And, there are 223 million in Brazil, so it could be, many people are looking forward to that. But as I say, conservative sectors continue to be resistant to that and continue to fight that and continue to forbid it. Yet, 4 years ago, Law 13,156 was passed. It has made legal fixed share sports bets. And it is intended to regulate. If we want sports betting to be perfectly regulated, we do need to have a royal decree establishing a number of rules as to how this market is going to operate. The 2018 rule established 2 years of length, and this law could be, or the time to launch the royal decree can be extended. It could be extended in 2 years. That will be over, that term period will be over in December. At this point in time in Brazil, as you know, we are at a time of election, and the president is very close to conservative sectors in society, Catholic Church and others, as well as evangelists. So therefore, they are against making gambling and gaming legal, and as well as regulating them. So therefore, now in Brazil, people are waiting for elections to take place so that that royal decree for the regulation of sports betting can be signed. And if that will not be signed by December, by the 18th of December, the 4-year period that was proposed will expire. So therefore, sports betting will come back to being illegal, and therefore a new period will start up until we have a new law for regulating sports gaming, sports betting. So as we can see, our government is very much undecisive. It takes the pressure from sectors of society. On the other hand, we have the market putting pressure to make betting legal and to regulate that sector. But this is the scenario at this point in time. Lack of resolution, so to speak. I would like to highlight some of the elements on that royal decree. It is intended to establish a number of unlimited authorizations or licenses for a period of 5 years. Payers of the license could pay that or could have that license for 5 years. Foreign companies could do that, could get those licenses, yet they would need to have a subsidiary in Brazil. This is a precautionary measure that is being taken to prevent that bettors or gamblers could put the claims, and also that has to do with the tax system. All that will be in charge of Ministry of Economy, and it also establishes the approval of measures against pathological gaming. Advertising is also included in the draft of the royal decree. Ever since gaming has been made legal in in Brazil, we are seeing significant overuse of operators. It is already legal, yet not regulated, as we know. And what we can see there is that nearly all the clubs in Brazil of the first divisions, they already have some sponsors or some partners from betting shops. That means that sports in Brazil is kind of already dependent on the betting industry. If all the betting shops supporting football clubs will come out to the scene, well, there will be kind of a problem there. And also TV. Significant amounts of investment in advertising has been made in recent years. 3 weeks ago, the Ministry for Justice has requested all the football clubs and federations to put forward or to show the contracts that they have engaged with betting shops for them to find out the way they are working together. There is a need to have a better understanding about the contracts they have. And now, in terms of integrity, I'm concerned about that. This is a topic which is widely discussed and referred to in the draft. We put forward that to the authorities in charge of producing or drafting the legislation, the regulation, minors, athletes, coach, and officers. There should be an additional restriction so that they cannot wage their bets, and there would also will be penalties and sanctions for those athletes that carry out forbidden practices and those who may participate in match fixing. It is also to mention that operators will be obliged to adopt or to implement measures for the prevention of match fixing, and also to monitor betting, and also to collaborate with the relevant authorities to prevent anti-money laundering and others. Match fixing in Brazil It is also a hot issue, an increasing issue in Spain. Brazil, it is considered to be the world epicenter of match fixing. Brazil is very, very appealing country for match fixers. We are the country in the world where the highest number of games and matches are played. More than 13,000 football games take place in Brazil every year. And Europol and La Liga representatives today told us that, well, we are kind of a bit behind in terms of sports betting, and what we are seeing today, what we are experiencing today, is similar to what you have gone through 2 years ago. So we have already identified significant concern, as we have seen the participation and engagement of athletes, of coaches. This is a topic which is of top concern for us. We, from public administration, from the government, we are trying to learn about that. It is kind of new to us. We have very short ago, we have signed agreement with Sports Radar and the National Police Forces for us to get information from them and to cooperate with them in their research. We have also talked to La Liga, Ameripol. We weren't aware, or we weren't engaged in those issues just short ago. And well, I know that I am finishing my time. I will be fast. I would like to mention that in Brazil, match fixing and result fixing are considered to be a crime, and this has been so since 2010. Yet the difficulty for stop that or to penalize that has not happened. There is no one that has been penalized for that. And as I say, we continue to be, or that's the reason why we continue to be the world epicenter for match fixing. So it is a true honor to be here as a representative of the National Police Forces in Brazil, and also to exchange experiences and best practices with Interpol, with La Liga, and with all the representatives and the speakers here. There is a long way ahead to us, and having your support and your collaboration will be of extreme importance. Thank you so much, Thiago, for your presentation. You told us that back in 2011 or 2012. Well, okay, you also told us about pressure from some sectors of society, and we understand how difficult it has been for you to develop and to draft the new the regulations. So from the police viewpoints on how do you face all this, not only match fixing, anti-money laundering, crimes associated with gaming in the sports. Regulation is essential. It's of top importance for us to regulate law enforcement. That's why the reason why in this process we are working together with the Ministry for Justice that are in charge of this topic. Ever since the law has been passed and ever since the period for the Royal Decree has been opened, we collaborated with the Ministry of Economy, and we asked them to include that in the draft regulation for sports betting. If we do not clearly establish monitoring, how to monitor, and so that we can implement the law enforcement, and also to identify fraud and crimes. If we do not have the cooperation of the other public administration bodies, we will not succeed. I should say that the Ministry for Economy has always heard us and has also taken on board our proposals. They also gave us their proposals. They also took on board other proposals from different sectors. And finally, all together, we built up a text that has been finally approved, yet there are some issues to be yet resolved. Thank you so much, Tiago. And now drawing on the opportunities offered by new technologies in terms of having good regulation, we now move on to a place with 83,000 people that has become a technological center to decentralized service companies and betting shops. For that, we have Felipe Massa, director of EY, and he will tell us about the current situation and the future for the city of Ceuta. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jacqueline and National Police Forces. And yes, indeed, Ceuta nowadays is a technological hub. From EY, the company where I work, we have been witnesses of that transition that has made Ceuta a technological hub today. Ceuta used to be a country that used to live on the trade with Morocco, and now Ceuta has become a city that has changed and has become a hub for technological centers to set up themselves there. So, well, it is important to reflect about where Ceuta comes from and where it is headed. As you may all remember, Ceuta has been out of the Schengen Agreement. So therefore, Moroccan people who can prove that they live in the province of Tetuan have the freedom to move on to Spanish territory, that is to say, to Ceuta territory, and to engage in trade with Ceuta companies. As a result of that, Ceuta, up until a few years ago, has been widely exposed to atypical trade, as it has been known. Atypical trade. Well, there are studies and analysis that established that we were talking about 700 million euros that were going through the borders every year. And as a result of that, 40,000 people were employed. We should not forget that Ceuta has 83,000 inhabitants. If we add all that to the fact that our neighbor is a bit inconvenienced from the economy viewpoint, we are all aware of the closing or unilateral closing of borders both with Ceuta and Melilla. That has a significant impact on Ceuta, even more than in Melilla, for the figures of trade that I mentioned before. That's the reason why the government of Ceuta considered or rethought the productive model of the city. As a result of that, a plan was produced. Well, of course, without forgetting that the trade with Morocco should continue, yet they decided to focus on a new productive model and to introduce a user-friendly regulation or legislation for technological companies, and therefore to become a hub for service companies and technological companies. It makes sense that the first ones that took on that proposal were the betting operators because of the tax rebates that were given to them. They went to Ceuta. There were some taxes that went right away to the P&L of the company, so they were lower in Ceuta than in Spain or than in any other member country of the European Union. That whole effect has also attracted other technological sectors and technological companies operating in this sector. They are kind of engaged in B2B, and they are working hand in hand with those betting operators. We are talking about some 30,000 companies that have established themselves in Ceuta in the last 3 years. This has also been the first goal. We're already seeing new companies in Ceuta, back call centers, back offices, cybersecurity companies. They are already operating from the city of Ceuta. They are creating jobs and generating wealth. We should not forget about Brexit and Gibraltar and the pandemic that has unfortunately limited all of us, has also brought about also good things, and Ceuta has been wise enough to make the most of the good things coming out of the pandemic. So, for instance, teleworking is fully consolidated in Ceuta. That is to say, delivering services remotely today has become a reality, and therefore those companies are reaching out distant markets, and they are doing that through a good technological network and, of course, through highly efficient personnel. The government of Ceuta is highly committed with that endeavor. Ceuta has offered training courses for the betting industry. Now there is a pool of workers in Ceuta, and we are not talking about only betting companies, but those training courses are offered to any company that is established in Ceuta and that renders or delivers its services from there. We can say that the Ceuta government has believed in his endeavor and has also been successful in convincing big companies such as Telefónica. They have embarked in a common project known as, well, Startup Accelerator. Technological startups so therefore not only the Ceuta government has succeeded in channeling the expectations of the technological hub, but it has also engaged with big players such as technological to deliver, to offer training and opportunities to young people with technological job profile. And this is where we are coming, where we are headed in Ceuta. Ceuta is resolute to implement his strategic program, more Spain and more Europe. And of course, without being fully detached or decoupled from the trade with Morocco. And as we know, borders have been increasingly open. But as I say, our level of exposure or trade with Morocco will indeed be reduced. Thank you so much, Felipe. You have taken 7 minutes for your presentation. Now I have time for some questions. I'd like to ask you about your experience as a tax advisor. Would you please tell us about the measures that have been included in our legal framework to incentivize economic development and job creation in Ceuta? Many of our customers and investors that have been interested in Ceuta has asked us, what about the tax system over there? And we tell them that the taxation system in Ceuta wants to help out companies that go there. And as we know that it is more difficult for companies to make business from Ceuta because Ceuta, well, because of its geographical location. So we're talking about 1863, where the first legislation on taxation rebates were included. There was a law in 1995 where rebates were given to territorial contributions and as well as industrial contribution, which is nowadays the economic activity tax and on wealth. And as time went by and new taxes were levied, the economic operator in Ceuta has always had the precaution to offer rebates on any taxation. So corporate taxation, income tax, and any other local taxations are subject to rebates. The last one was in 2018 that was passed was the levied was taxation on gaming and gambling, and therefore there was kind of a Brexit. As Brexit was being cooked, all the online betting companies and technological companies that were located in Gibraltar, we wanted to attract them to Ceuta. And so that Ceuta not only became a hub for sports company, but also for technological companies. Well, what is most important from this is the legal safety that can be offered from there. That takes in like highly strategic decisions. What is the position? What about where do European and Spanish authorities stand within this new way of doing things? Well, any investors want legal safety or legal security. So regarding rebates or taxation rebates, well, some people may think that Ceuta could be a safe haven. Not at all, just the opposite. At the end of the day, Ceuta is a fully Spanish city. It falls under the European and Spanish planning regime. And before Spain became a member of the European Union, or when Spain joined the European Union in 1995, European authorities fiscalized our taxation system, the taxation system that Spain had. Actually, we got the blessing in terms of the taxation system, of our taxation system. It was blessed, so to speak, approved by the European Union. We've been in the European Union for 40 years. Our taxation system has been untouched, has been unchanged, has never been questioned. So therefore, a system is fully integrated in the legal regulations and laws of Spain. And Ceuta is also a member, or has also signed the double taxation agreements that Spain has signed with the European Union. So therefore, whenever there are companies of taxpayers in Ceuta that need to benefit from the double taxation law, that it is there for them. Thank you so much, Felipe, for your kind presentation. So this is the end of our roundtable. And the organizers has just told us that we have a break until 11:15. Well, we'll have catch up some time. So therefore, as I say, we break for coffee. Oh, perhaps there are some questions. No, there are no questions. Oh, yeah. Okay, the floor is open to questions.
Patricia, I can see you more or less against the lights. Thank you very much. All the presentations were very interesting. I had a question for Mr. Flores concerning one of the items of data. You say that it has become much more attractive about cryptocurrency crime. I think that 75% you said for betting activity, but you didn't say whether it was regulated betting shops or all of them. Yes, 85%. That is what I mentioned. That was the reporting of computer crime, 85% of technological crimes, so IT fraud. That huge amount of money that cyber criminals need was within regulated betting shops, making use of the technological revolution in gambling. They offer clients platforms and like wallets, Bizums, and banking, immediate banking transfers, and this goes to gaming platforms that cyber criminals control with banking mules, and that money comes from fraud. It is made effective and it is taken through the platforms which clients have in betting shops. And it goes as cash to, there has to be a previous step from crypto to convert it to bet. Or is there a step that is not controlled? I just want to understand well whether there is a prior conversion or if the crime is committed directly where the operator has any possibility of detecting it in anticipation. Well, there is a dynamic in handling a betting account which can indicate that there is fraud. Money reaches the betting shop and it was exchanged on the platform with Skrill or Netello, and the fiat, the legal money, the change occurred, and it doesn't have prior traceability, so it is afterwards with the dynamics of the bank account, whether a new phone is assigned. These are systems, as I said before, the bank entities have more mature fraud detection now, and cyber criminals have found that the point of friction that the betting shops ask for authenticating is lower, and so they make use of that facility in order to send funds because of that weaker point. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Ángela.
My name is Angela Carmona from Chile, and I want to have a question for Hans Jose from La Liga. How do you deal with advertising in the broadcasting of sports events on television and radio, and the advertising in stadiums and with the betting shops? How do you deal with that? La Liga is under the current regulation in Spain with the Department of Gaming, and it is the clubs that have to follow the current regulation in Spain, depending on the time, in stadiums or in shirts you cannot sponsor. And so La Liga works with the regulation, with what the regulation lays down. Hello. Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. My name is Juan Lacarra, and I represent the physical channels, in other words, betting shops, physical betting shops. And the police sends us information when there's a sports event that is coming up. But I also wanted to know how somehow there was an operation, it was called Conifera, involved fixing, and I wanted to know the involvement as physical gaming shops and on the high street. What advice could we give companies that are associated to us, and also for employees, so that they know how to react when there's a potential case of fixing? Well, if you like, as a proposal in the third round table, we will be looking more at prevention of fixing and how this is done in Spain, how the different stakeholders take part, betting shops or sports organizations. So if you think that's all right, we will pose that question in the third roundtable debate. That's perfect. Thank you. I have taken notes, so I won't forget. My question is for Thiago. Could you tell us a little bit what is the for gaming operators, face-to-face gaming operators? How does that work in Brazil? What is the panorama in the system in which online betting will be regulated? We will also see it from a perspective of there being physical shops. And this indicates that once we really have this decree that is expected for November or December, expectations are favorable also. Well, because that's only for sports betting, for gaming as such, casinos. There's a debate still going on in the country, in Brazil. There is resistance from the most conservative sectors, and so there isn't a perspective of that happening, at least right now. It might be that with the coming government, imagine if the government changes in Brazil, I imagine that the possibility for changing in that sense could open up again, because with the current government, the state always has been very reluctant with everything to do with this subject. The subject of regulation will probably come out because there was a law that was signed by the previous government because it was depending on a law being signed for sports betting in this government that we have now, then we wouldn't be getting it. So I imagine that with the change of government, there might be once more, we might be able to talk about that. Yes, the problem, and I know that this is a question for betting operators. There are also gaming operators, and they will have to create engineering in Brazil so that you can only access sports betting in these places, because right now it's for everything. You go and do stop a search, but that's not going to be possible in Brazil. They're going to have to block, because what will be allowed initially is just sports. Why authorize sports betting and not other things? But that's the situation we're in. And a question for Iñaki. Can you tell me what you think about the discrimination that exists with regards to advertising in football matches? The ONCE and the state gambling is allowed, but private gambling is not allowed. What do you think of that? Well, really, I don't have an opinion because it is currently the regulation. There is a debate now, and there is litigation also, which will mention that. But personally, I'm more in favor of regulating rather than prohibiting. But we have to wait and see what happens in that sense. In La Liga is totally in favor of regulating gaming, of having control, particularly on gambling, and regulating it more and as much as possible. And if in the future we have to standardize, that there can be new directives, and particularly it has to be regulated. But let's see what will happen. Have you missed sports sponsorship? Yes, for sports, the economic revenue has gone down in that sense. I cannot see any more hands raised. Well, then, in the 4 minutes that are left, please let me ask Iñaki something, because you told us in detail the technological system that they have for generating warnings. But I would like you to tell us, even though it might be brief, your integrity program with clubs. Well, basically, in order to counterattack corruption in sport, this is a global program, and what is most important for us is raising the awareness of sports people. We can reach the top 2 leagues and the youth groups and professional groups, and we're offering talks to more than 3,000 sports people. This is our cornerstone, to raise awareness and explain so that they can learn. And if this does not work, then we will have to control and monitor through our tool, Taike, and through warnings and alarms, and then disseminate and collaborate. That is very important for us. Information cannot remain with us. It has to be conveyed to professional associations and partners, and to the whole panoply of organizations. And before the 3rd phase, which is reporting, if there is an alarm among public authorities, it's important here. My colleague is here, Francisco, and he will be in one of the round tables to talk about this. But we have to closely follow the judicial proceedings, because otherwise you cannot conclude by obtaining a ruling, a sentence in sports corruption. And Francisco will talk about his work and how we have achieved in La Liga in Spain to have fair sentencing in sports corruption. We have to talk about awareness and warning and monitoring. And if the tools then, if they fail, we have to have the final sentencing, and the La Liga participates in all of this process from the beginning to the end. And this is what we call total integrity or completeness. And the legal services in La Liga are fully participative in this. And we do indeed need to work with the young and early on in the early stages of sports. Yes, starting there. Well, we have now 2 more subjects for the third roundtable, which we will talk about more. That's what we have ahead of us, so that you can stay with us till the end. And with this, we will round off this first roundtable, and I think we have a little coffee break now. Well, we can do some networking whilst we wait for that coffee, which will come in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Vamos a dar comienzo a la segunda mesa con David Calvete, que va a ser el moderador.
Buenos días a todos.
Hello, good morning, everybody. We'll continue with the second round table. But first of all, I will speak a few words. This is the 5th meeting of the International Gaming Alliance, but this is the first we've been able to do presentially. We will be talking now about complying with rules, regulations that reach people, clients, users, or stakeholders, depending on the point of view. They may all be affected by the crime in gambling, and it can alter the whole system. And this is very complicated. And what is important is that the regulation can help in programs and policies which can benefit gamers or gamblers who find complexities and whenever it affects their experience of gaming. So David, please, could you tell us who will be participating in this roundtable? Hello, good morning. We will now begin debating roundtable number 2. My name is David from the National Police Service, David Calvete. I've been in this position for 3 months, and I'm very proud to be able to represent the National Police Force in this speciality that is so important and that it involves so much responsibility. We work in hand with a strategic industry, a very professional, very qualified industry, and so we will come to a good end. We will now call the speakers of this second round table. Beñat Manuel Fuentes is the head of the gaming unit and the shows and gaming unit of the Archancha Police Force. Agustin Castaminza, who is the main inspector of the security of the Navarre Police Force. Javier Salvador, sub-inspector of the Central Unit of Gaming and Spectacles of Catalonia. José Sánchez Fallos, the General Coordinator of COFAR. Karen Sierra, Vice President for Latin American and Caribbean for Gaming Labs International. And finally, Juan Carlos Gil Muñoz, the Section Head of the National Office for Sports. Okay, we will try to ensure that the second debate will talk about something different, which is responsible gaming and safe gaming, and how in the different police units, in the different regions and autonomies in Navarre, the Basque Country and Catalonia, and how we deal with this in order to get responsible gaming. We have the honor also of having Karen, who will give us a view from Latin America, which is quite different to what we are familiar with here in Europe. Then we also have the honor of having José Sánchez Fallos, who's the general coordinator of COFAR, who will give us a regulatory strategic vision from the Confederation of Enterprise. In order not to lose any more time, we can begin, for example, with José Sánchez Fallos, who is the general coordinator of the Spanish Confederation of Business, that was set up in 1994. And his long experience, he will tell us about regulation and responsible gaming, and I think it'll be a very interesting presentation from him. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the National Police Force for welcoming us in their facilities and congratulate InfoPlay for these 5th meetings. And I wanted to stress on the fact that InfoPlay from the beginning began to work with responsible gaming when nobody knew what that meant really, and now it is a concept that is used all the time together with regulations and compliance. But since this roundtable was about compliance, I was asked to talk a little bit also about the concept of responsible gaming. I've called it regulation, compliance, and responsible gaming. The industry has been working with regulation compliance for many years, and then suddenly there's a third path that is not any less important, which are social responsibility and responsible gambling or gaming. I will begin with regulation. I always, when I have the opportunity of talking here or countries that I'm invited to, I try to praise the Spanish regulatory model because without doubt, I think it is the best in Europe. It began with the rules in the Home Office in Spain, and which was then passed to the regions in their organic laws and subsequently to all the regulations. And there are two reasons for this regulation. Generally, it has allowed this industry to develop. It has allowed companies in the different channels, casinos, bingos, betting shops, any gaming channel have been able to develop the activity. Look at the activity of these companies since the early regulations, when it was when gambling was depenalized. It has all progressed very reasonably, and at the same time, there is another aspect which any public administration or regulation has to face, and that is to protect users, particularly when we're talking about gambling, with health policies, public order policies, everything surrounding gambling has meant that this model that has been developed in Spain over 40 years now has allowed us to have figures of addiction, which is among the lowest in Europe. This is empirical. The Ministry of Health, in its report, says that 0.3% are affected of those who gamble, and there are about 7,000 patients per year of the 22 million who gamble. So I think the model has been a success. On the one hand, companies have grown, and on the other hand, no problem has been created that with an activity that gambling can give rise to. And when I'm asked what is the key of the success of the Spanish regulations, I think it's very simple. And we've been able to build all the regulations based on this. The more accessible a game is for a citizen, the less intensity that has to be. But some countries switch that around, and that has generated problems. But with this, we can build the regulation system that we have in the system. And I always present it with a pyramid. In other words, at the top of the pyramid, we would have the casinos. This is the furthest away from gamblers and where there's the most largest amount of intensity. In the middle area, there's bingos and gaming, betting shops, and then at the lowest part is the slot machines or machines in hotels, in restaurants, which is what is most accessible to citizens, so should have less gaming intensity. This was as it was originally. At this moment in time, perhaps this is not a pyramid, or it's probably a trapezium right now, because the casinos in the initial phase, a lot of regulations are 30 kilometers away from the cities. Now they are found within the cities and towns. The gaming offerers are much greater, and what has been more stable really are the some gaming machines in restaurants and bars, because that is an accessory product for a bar. And so it should not have a higher level of gaming. There's a portfolio in Casino. You can do almost in the bingos. You can do almost everything in shops. Each channel is regulated according to its specific nature, and this is what we called organized supply or offering. Because each channel, inspired on the principles I was mentioning before, of more intensity, more accessibility, less intensity of gaming, and that is how the activity is varied. This may seem simple. It is in fact not, because when the offering is not organized or there is a dysfunction, this affects the whole system. Why? Because gambling is very liable to negative reputation problems. Anything that can occur in one of the channels, or any minimum incident, has its repercussions throughout the entire activity. I'll give you an example of what I'm referring to, but it could be, I like to give the example of, in business schools, they put this, it's a basket of cherries, 3 kilos of beautiful cherries, and we put in a cockroach, and then it is immediately contaminate the whole basket. Nobody wants to see it, and just because of one cockroach, it didn't even move. It was there. The whole basket is contaminated. It was the other way. It was a basket of cockroaches, and you put in a cherry. That doesn't happen. It doesn't happen to the cockroaches. So the same thing happens with gambling. Any incident that we have in one channel or in subsector produces reputational harm to the industry as a whole. I'll give you the example that you might be familiar with, what happened in England very recently with some machines that were installed in betting shops, which were called FBT, betting machines, and it does not follow the channel. And these machines, you could gamble 100 pounds every 20 seconds. You could spend 100 pounds, and there were 35,000 accessible uncontrolled betting shops. And what happened over time, this generated huge problems. Our public was really a big problem. It's a problem which affected them. Then now they've been prohibited. But this is an example that I'm giving, some machines that should have never been installed, and the sector, the industry made a mistake. The betting sector made a mistake because they ordered the machines. Nobody wanted those machines. They installed it because they had a strong lobby in the betting industry and the government or administration for allowing it. And that's an example. If you you reverse the rules of very accessible, less low intensity, then you find, if you reverse that, then you find these problems. I think that the way that we have dealt with the industry, laws and regulations constantly being adapted, I don't like when something is modified because it's an old law. It could be very good. You don't have to change it because it's an old regulation. You have to change it because there's a technological innovation or new modality of gambling. I don't like the changes because of ideology either. Because ideology should not regulate activities. Because I might like something and someone else might not like it. You have to do it more horizontally. But really, all regions have regulations that have evolved over time that are presided. I'm talking very broadly, but with the sprint, nobody can if a game is very accessible, it cannot have high intensity. And if there are access controls, then they can offer things that enable elevating the level of gambling. When we now, having talked about regulation, we'll talk about compliance, which has to be important for this industry. I think the sector complies. Here you have the results of the inspections carried out by all the different police forces, regional and national. It is reasonable, and that goes together because the regulation is good, because the employers are convinced that the regulation is good, and we are very thankful for having very specialized police forces that know the sector very well and are very competent in analysing it. So in compliance, there's little to say, but except that we have to accentuate it. I like the Anglo-Saxon regulatory model, and here it's more higher barriers and low controls, but I prefer low controls, but then a lot of control. But nowadays, regional and national police forces are monitoring this industry well enough to be able to perfectly detect any anomalies. And then there's a responsible gaming and responsibility. This is difficult, particularly in hyper-regulated sectors, because we're already exhausted by all of these regulations, and now there are operating requirements. You need to have guarantees and so forth. So you comply with all that, and then on top of that, you have to think about responsible gambling or responsible gaming. This came about with corporate social responsibility. It came from the United States. They didn't only want to have a very good profit and loss account for investors. You not only have to have good products that the public accepts, but you have to have ethics and commitments with society. And it's difficult to convince companies, not large groups. Large groups and companies know that, but the industry in general find it difficult, and particularly when they are so regulated from the start. It's very difficult for them to take on these, because what we had was the regulations of the region, and then we think that just by complying, that's it. I don't need to take that extra step. If I have the regulations that is passed in the region, I comply. These people supervise me, and I do my activity. I don't have to do anything more. So I'm exhausted because of the high level of regulation, and then I'm asked to do something more and include social responsibility policies, then that's hard for us to swallow. And fortunately, in Spain, all the different channels have now joined this. Each channel does. We are developing with that for bars and restaurants. And for me, responsible gaming is the way you have to work. We have to follow the compliance, the regulatory compliance, and above that, social responsibility policies, in our case, responsible gambling or gaming. And this is like a regulatory plus. So regulation comes, gets to this point, but I take that extra step because I can have a machine that is certified in the Basque Country, for example. I'm a company there, I have all my authorizations, and I can work with it. What we want to do is that with that machine, you can game or gamble in an organized way. We have to give informed instructions so that if anyone plays or gambles excessively, this is a minority of cases, you know that. Undoubtedly, you know the industry very well. But we see somebody who is gambling in an aggressive way, who is losing control of their gambling, so that the pub or bar owner has the minimum tools to be able to guide that person, detect that person, and direct the person to entities who deal with those kinds of things in order to prevent incidents which we don't want. Nobody could fine me. None of you could come to a bar and fine us because you're gambling a lot. But we don't want that. We want it to be a reasonable thing that we offer, and it's 0 point. We're the second country in Europe with lowest rate of gambling incidents. So for that, we have created this program of responsible gaming. Each channel has its own. Ours is basically a training program. What we do is we give restaurants, bars and pubs guidance for good practice, best practices, and for responsible gaming. It's very straightforward because this is talking to staff in pubs and bars and owners, and that we give stickers and we give training to the professionals so that if there's an incident, they know how to deal with it. This is done regional in the different autonomous communities in Spain, in the Basque Country. Each association deals. We have 150,000 establishments that have been registered, and we want to give a secure environment, guarantee the supervision of gambling, to allow gambling only to people of sufficient age, and there's a multinational audit by CGS that verifies that training that we were giving has been received well, and that they can answer correctly the questions. And we've had the audit results, which will be presented in each regional, but really the results have been pretty good. And I would like to conclude with what I started with the title: we want good regulation, which we have among the best around, a high degree of compliance or greater, and then to generate responsible gaming in all the different gaming channels. And that's it from me right now. Thank you very much for this new roadmap for Spain, so that we can all follow your example. Now we'll give the floor to the Basque Country, Euskadi. Beñat Manuel Fuentes. With regard to the regulatory compliance, each autonomous region community has many laws, rules, bylaws. In the Basque, you have, to give 3 or 4 examples, there's Decree 2016, which was recently modified by Decree 19 of 2022. That's a very recent modification. And And in your regulations, in your legislation, through Decree 414 of 2008, you created the Basque Gaming Observatory as a centralized service of investigating and researching the situation of gaming in the Basque Country in order to seek prevention of crisis situations and to encourage responsible gaming. And in your region, please let us know what work have you done in your department in order to achieve that responsible gaming, that responsible gambling, given these new technologies that go together with this activity. Hello. I'd like to start by saying good morning to everybody. I would like to thank you for the opportunity of being here with you all. I've met some of you already, and I think that indeed the regulations in the Basque Country is an active, and here's the director of leisure and shows. And there is trust and confidence in the police that inspects. That's us. This is a little bit our visiting card. The Chancha, the police force, are celebrating its 40th anniversary. In 1983, the unit for gaming was created 1 year after the force was created. And then, so we have a police force that has a long history in acting in the gaming industry, and we interact with the people which work in this industry and have this very complex industrial activity. We know it very well because we know the people who carry out this business activity, and what we clearly understand is that we are undergoing a process so that the rules can be complied with in a normal way. So we deal with each other directly, and when there is an inspection, it is the end of a process where the unit of gaming and shows has played a role from the beginning. I'll give you an example. Since the unit was set up, the unit for gaming and shows was the first lab, and it was almost certified, but if it wasn't, that made tests in the gaming machines that were installed in the Basque Country. So shortly afterwards, the certified laboratories were included in the logical process of laboratory inspection of the machines. And that became permanent in the unit. So we have a technical office. We call it the lab. And this technical lab intervenes at the request of the Department for Gaming whenever somebody makes a request through, when they file for it, the certification of a gaming machine. This is an activity that is carried out by our police force. As soon as we get the documents, the reports, the machine's documentation, the manufacturer documents, and the lab report, that is delivered to my unit in the Basque Police Force in order to analyze and make and draw up a report of everything that is being presented. Are we fulfilling the regulation? That we have a checklist, and it is complicated, as David was referring to it before. And sometimes there may be some doubts, and then all the technical characteristics of the machine are examined in accordance with the regulation. This, before it is certified, is sent back to the department, which is the department that finally certifies, has an additional element, and that is that not only what the manufacturer present, but that the unit for gambling and gaming in the police force, the lab gives a lot of confidence. And finally, when the machine is set up and gets working in any restaurant, pub or casino, bingo, the inspection unit begins to see how the machine actually works, not just from the reports. So somebody who has a new machine sometimes gets tired of seeing us because we go back many times to visit that business in order to get to know the machine. So we have, in fact, started up a handbook for. We don't need to be guided to do the inspection. The only thing we need to do is for the machine to be opened up for us. And in that manual or handbook, we have an inspection procedure, a protocol that it goes together with an explanation. The explanation is the product, the result of 39 years of experience with machines. We have photographs, and the inspector, with that guidance, fully well knows that that machine is working as it should be. So the end of the report says that the machine is fine. If there were a situation where there is any anomaly or non-compliance or anything that is strange, then the laboratory would come in, the technical department. There would be a new check, and there would be a forensic inspection to back that up. In the prior reports to certification, we in our unit, we have 35 points for inspection with reports. With the manufacturer and the laboratory, we look at 35 different chapters that have to be complied with. And if there are any doubts anywhere there, then the department goes to the person, the appropriate person, in order to look for clarifications. In the ordinary inspections, we look at between 12 and 15 different points, and the handbook now has registered 85% of the machines that are functioning right now in our region. So each model, each machine has its own personalized inspection system. You don't do the same inspection with one machine as with another. Depending on where we're going, we do a different type of inspection depending on how much we know the machine and we know where to go. The level of compliance, as you said, just is very high. In technically speaking, the manufacturers know very well what they're doing. And I think there are few industries really that invest so much in technology and talent to generate an end product, which is a machine that has many people, many hours of work, many teams, and a lot of leadership and a lot of investment to come into existence. So it's very difficult to find machines that may have any anomalies. It might have something that could be improved, but what is true is it is important to know, and the gaming industry in the Basque Country knows this, that the gambling unit has the ability to inspect like a police force, and because we are a police force, so we work 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. At most difficult times, with the intensity that is required or necessary, and if we need to be there longer, then we have that capacity. My division head is here, and my head of criminal investigation is there. So if we need any reinforcement, we all work together to achieve that. So we, in the investigation process, as responsible gaming, we have knowledge from the very beginning of the process of certifying the machine. We know very well what the machine, what kind of a machine we have. It won't surprise us. We don't go to the machine to be surprised, but we go there to inspect it and to confirm what we already know, and then we do a follow-up. There are many gaming machines, about 12,000 in the Basque Country, and they are distributed all around the territory of 5 different of the 3 provinces. There are gaming casinos, betting shops, and it requires thorough inspection properly targeted. We know when we have to press the accelerator or the brake. We do shows also, and there are many shows, bullfighting, fireworks, concerts, and where many people gather. And so we have to coordinate our efforts and guide our activity, the activity of the inspectors, to something that is very specialized, and we include, we have constant ongoing training, of course, as is necessary. And we try to work with other colleagues from other units, from other police forces, talking with them. We learn, we see how they work. So IT applications that can be of use to us, we can use in our own system and implement them. And in the Basque Country, the activities of the Ertzaintza police force, I think, is no longer bothersome, I think, for most people in the industry. We are working a lot with the self-prohibited and with minors. In 2020, with the pandemic, has data that is different, but there's more 4,000 visits that were made to check whether there were any children gambling. So we are there permanently at the entrance, at the exit, looking. We look at the counters to see whether, and the meters to see the prior gambling outside hours, outside legal hours. So we look to confirm. We don't look to pursue. That is very important. The gaming sector, I'm talking on behalf of the Ertzaintza police force, in the regulatory maintenance, confirming that things are being complied with, the sector has stability. Without the activity and the inspection of the police in the gaming sector would be very highly vulnerable. We heard it in the previous debate, and we will probably listen to this again in the next roundtable, but it is necessary that everybody should understand that including the police force, the Ertzaintza police force, in the normal business activity is not only an interesting thing to do, but at this moment in time it is in fact also essential, and compliance of the regulations. In our case, we also participate at the request of our director in the technical discussions to develop new future orders for machines and sites, so that we have technical know-how, expert know-how, and we have a view that gives the experience of 39 years with thousands of inspections per year in a very standardized and targeted way. So we are involved in the process of the standardization, normalization of, and we participate, and then there is the political side where they take the decisions they deem. Well, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Thank you very much for your presentation and for your words. I completely agree with you. Without that regulation, without the presence of the security forces and police forces, we realize, and in organized crime will create its web and will empower itself of the sector, and that is why our presence is so terribly important. And now, thank you, Emmanuel. We'll give the floor now to Agustin Castaminza from the region of Navarre. As I said, for the Basque Country, I was looking at your regulations also. It's very varied also in your region of Navarre. I found law of the 14th of December of 2006. And it was also recently modified on the 1st of July. And this law, the main aim concentrated on three things, really, which has brought us together here, and that is the prevention of addiction, protection of minors and unprotected groups, and encouraging responsible gaming. These are the main principles of this law. As I mentioned with Emmanuel before, could you tell us also how in the region of Navarre you try to achieve that responsible gaming and gambling? Thank you very much. I will get up.
Thank you so much. Amendment of the law introduces important changes. First of all, I am pleased to be here. I would like to thank the organizers for giving us regional police force the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much, Jacqueline, for your interest in having us here. I have not been in this position for a long time, yet I would like to make my contribution. It is the first time that our police force takes part in this type of summit, and I would like to tell you a bit about our background, our history, and also I will share with you which are the three main elements that lead to the success of a good arrangement or control of our sector. So first of all, the legal framework that supports our work, how all that is implemented through our inspection and control plan for gambling and shows, and how all that is made or implemented, and as I say, the work of administrative police and police officers in general. After that brief introduction about where we are and who we are, since the 8th century, Navarra has had institutions with functions which are similar to those that police forces have now. There are several references to enforcement agencies carrying out the same work that we are carrying out today. In 1809, there was already a group of police forces, and then, as I say, in 1864, the name was changed to Foral Police Forces. We are 1,100 police officers, and we have 6 police stations. We have competencies in gambling since 1981, and we control that industry, that sector. I will make a reference to the regulatory framework. The organic law gave to Navarra the exclusive competencies to control casinos and betting shops. That law was revoked, and another one was approved in 2006 that has been amended recently, 1st of July this very same year, and came into force 14th of July when it was published in the official Gazette. It introduces significant novelties, focusing on the 3 axes that David mentioned. That is to say, the obligation of the Department of Education to develop specific programs for the prevention of ludopathy and problematic behavior in gambling and gaming. There is explicit mention to that. A number of obligations are set out for the sector, training to employees, as well as regulations about the minimum distance between casinos, betting shops, and distance to schools, also control of access. And it is set out in the regulation. Well, now we are seeing in the market significant or interesting solutions when it comes to controlled access. Anthropometric controls in Navarra, we have a company, probably you have heard of it. Oh, I can't remember the name. It went off my mind. All right, thank you. Oh, Dasgate. That's the name of it. It's a Navarran company that works very efficiently in this sector. It is already operating in the banking sector, in the gaming and sector. They do facial recognition. They have been very effective in this sector. So there is an element well, there are these aspects. It is not fully finished in the regulation. And now let us talk about the ecosystem where we operate. We are a small region and we only have 645,000 inhabitants. The sector is quite small. There aren't any casinos. We have 59 gaming salons, 9 betting shops, some 2,000 slots, and 1,500 betting machines. For that, well, we have a unit of gaming which is made up of 16 people, which falls in the Department of Police Forces. It works in direct coordination with this unit of gaming and shows, which falls under the Regional Ministry of Interior. The inspection plan is a working tool that has as its aim prioritize and control inspection works, so that inspectors are aware of the reality of the sector and therefore can correct or penalize those behaviors that are out of law. It is also intended, or as one of its competencies, is to ensure that gaming is carried out following all the regulations. There are a number of measures that are included in those programs. There are some technical requirements, some timing requirements. It is mandatory to carry out 2 inspections in bingos twice a month. Betting shops, 1 inspection is to be done every 3 months. And regarding slot machines, it is established that they are inspected on an annual basis. I will finish off by mentioning the work that the administrative police carries out. This is the work that we conduct. This is highly specialized work. As Imanol said before, training is extremely important. We give utmost importance to training. Rules and regulations are changing and we need to be updated. We have a basic training, initial basic training, and then we do ongoing learning. At least twice a year, we have specific training sessions. And as non-formal education, we also have a specific meetings for best practices, meaning that the people with top knowledge in the unit teach or transfer their knowledge to the rest of the members of the unit. This is essential for police officers to carry out their job properly. We also have normalized process of work, guiding the work carried out by police officers so that everyone works in a consistent manner. We have experienced and we have seen, we are aware of the need to have good internal communication systems. We work in shifts, and work in shifts is a great enemy of communication. Where everyone works in the same location, the same business hours, communication is flowing. But when we work in different shifts, sometimes the communication is not that flowing. So we make a special effort to ensure, or to significant effort to ensure that communication is flowing. None of this will be successful if each and every one of the police officers wouldn't be motivation. We want to keep up the motivation of administrative police officers. There is lots of routine work. We are talking about thousands of inspections to machines, and that is tiring over time. We make a significant effort to remind our officers what's the purpose of the work, what are the achievements that they have gotten, what can they do to improve the way they work and to be more efficient, so that we want the sector to work properly and so that citizens can enjoy gaming and gambling. And of course, the sector requires utmost respect and, well, to minimize inconveniences. Thank you so much, Agustin, for your great presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to Catalonian Autonomous Community, Xavier Salvaro. Well, I've took a look at the job regulations. You have decree laws. You have the law back from the 19th century. In 2015, decree 163, 25th of July. That was an amendment of previous amendments passed in decrees in 2004 and 2005. You have compiled them in the last decree law. We also have a regulation for betting and gambling. Xavier, would like you to share your experience in terms of compliance of all these rules and regulations with an aim to delivering responsible gaming and protecting citizens. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. I would like to thank National Police Force and organizers of this summit for inviting us to be here with you today. And it is a great pleasure to be in this wonderful space and to participate in this meeting. As Manuel mentioned before, well, we will also share our business card with you. For those of you who don't know how we work, what is the family of administrative police officers like, this is for you to have a snapshot of who we are and what we do. The territorial structure of our regional police forces is structured in 9 territorial units. In each of them, we have a regional administrative unit, and there is a single central unit. So we have this dot in the middle, and has those other circles around. Okay, that is the central unit. Having said that, so what is our structure like? We belong to the Central Area of Administrative Police, which reports to the territorial unit, and there are 3 central units, one for private security, the other one for gaming and shows, and the other one relevant activities for safety of citizens. What are the functions that we do have as central unit? First of all, we produce the plan which will guide our inspection activities. We carry out monitoring and inspections of the work that our units carried out on site. We respond to any technical queries, and we deliver necessary support to our units on site, either through technical inspections or through our personnel. We also make inspections consistent. We want to deliver consistency, and we want all our units to work in a consistent manner across the territories. We do that through technical guidances, through work protocols, etc. When it comes to legal gaming, we are leaders of all the investigations that may be carried out. Also important is to say that we, from the central unit, we analyze all the crimes that have been committed within the gaming and gambling, and we are interlocutors between the public administration and the gaming sector. Now I'd like to tell you about our plan of action. It's an action plan for the gaming sector. It is a police document that has been agreed with the DG of Taxation and Gaming. As you know, this unit reports to the Ministry of Economy and the Treasury. It guides, this plan guides our inspection activities, both carried out from the central unit and across the territory. The document is the result of an analysis of very many aspects that have been analyzed and that inform our report and guide our activities. And it is very sensitive when it comes to responsible gaming. For instance, when it comes to self-prohibition and gaming by minors and minors. General elements or units of citizen safety, they are engaged to respond to requests that they may receive on the street. Here I'm referring to potential problems that authorized gaming centers may have, for instance, elements regarding minors or self-prohibitions. And then we move on to specialization levels. For the territorial units, we start the regional units and then more globalized specialization dealing with the central area of administrative police. That's where we work. We have three structures and three big sections. First, analysis of criteria to carry out a good number of inspections. We also define a number of objectives in our plan, objectives that will lead us to produce the number of inspections to be carried out. What is the purpose of this planning, of this plan of actions? It is basic to set out tangible, specific objectives, and in most of those cases, well, the objectives are quantifiable. We want to carry out consistent inspections throughout the territory. We produce an inspection table. We design the specific actions for both the regional units as well as the central unit. And this allows us to have understanding of the KPIs that would allow us to carry out quantitative analysis of the activities carried out by the different units. This is the register of gaming in Catalonia 2022. This is a starting basis that helps us analyze and therefore produce the table of inspections that I mentioned before. So machine B or slots, we have a total of nearly 36,000. Nearly 29 of them are installed. Machine C, which are gambling games in casinos, total of nearly 150, 143 installed. Then the special B machines for casinos, over 1,000, installed 992, and betting gambling machines, 1,375, both total, and all of them are installed. In Catalonia, we do not have any betting shops. Betting terminals are located in the authorized gaming salons, as well as bingos and casinos. When it comes to operator companies, there are 126 of them registered. Oh, no, 396 altogether, 127 in gaming salons. In bingos, between 60 and 70. 6 of them are already effective, 10 of them are pending license, and we have 4 casinos, 2 in Girona, 1 Tarragona, and the other one in Barcelona. Regarding register, Catalonia, we have a register of the number of premises, and if, well, for this to change, regulation should change first. Which is the objective of our inspections in 2022. As I mentioned before, we set out the objective. The objective for this year is to ensure that the gaming activities comply with the industry regulations. We also define the stakeholders that are engaged in this field, which are specialized units, both regional as well as the central one. And we also set out the stakeholders, the partners engaged, specialized units as well as the gaming industry. Then we set out the actions to be implemented. We have set out 5 different actions covering the whole spectrum of gaming. A number of inspections are established for bingos, casinos, and gaming salons. And in this case, it is mandatory to carry out perfect inspections or accurate inspections when it comes to access and minors. Here we also carried out or established a number of inspections to be carried out in slot machines. We also set out a specific number of inspections to slot machines for night clubs and sexual places. We also set out the number of inspections carried out to the warehouses of operators, and then inspections that are randomly carried out, and we report the results of them to the taxation department. The administrative regulation for these random inspections is done through previous communication. That's the reason why we do not assign any quantifiable KPI. We take action based on the information that we receive. And then when it comes to indicators, quantifiable ones are the number of places that have been inspected, the number of slot machines that have been inspected, the number of operators that have been inspected, and the number of checks that are carried out on a randomly basis.
This is the inspection chart that comes subsequently, and for 2022 there are 896 planned inspections in areas like gaming rooms, controlling minors, bingos, casinos, companies, machines, and prostitution. Said this, the machines in casinos and gaming rooms, the inspections are done also in the authorized machines. This is a document, and this is an essential document for us. It's a police document, and this is the basis to monitor the targets for the units and to monitor the compliance of regulations. Here there are various columns for inspectors, and then there are the indicators with the inspections and the targets. We analyze to what extent the percentages of targets are achieved and what is detected with regards to non-compliance of regulations. This is the same, but with gaming machines in establishments of all kinds. And finally, there's a compliance comparison from 2015-2019. This is a pre-pandemic period, which I've taken, because with all the restrictions in 2020, we would be giving data that are not concise or reflective of the situation. So this slide As you can see, the non-compliance detected over 5 years is low and it is acceptable, and therefore we can conclude that the gaming industry in Catalonia is committed to the regulation that regulates its activities. Said this, I think I can finalize my presentation. I hope that you've liked it, and any doubts that we can clarify, we will be pleased to do so. Thank you very much, Javier, for your presentation and your talk. We will now give the floor to our colleague from the National Police Force, Juan Carlos Gil Muñoz. He's the head of the section for the National Bureau for Sports. He's going to talk from his position and what he does, and with his experience in the National Sports Office, how do they deal with the new technologies which affect responsible gaming? Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I'm a little bit different to the specializing of our colleagues, because we are in charge of the management of sports and violence in sports. There's the sports law of 1990 that was later reformed in 2007 to mention xenophobia, and just like our colleagues in the Mossos in Catalonia and the Achancha in Basque country, we fight violence in extreme groups related to sports. And then with betting, gambling, this is all overlights. We know that it is match fixing, illegal betting. So what we do together with the La Liga is we gather all that information, then we give it to our legal experts who investigate. What we find most are, we have the data collectors, and together with working with La Liga, they have the tools. We look at the membership of the peoples and we pass on the information to the judicial department that carries out the investigation. What we do in the office is the huge amount of information that we deal with. Professional football, for instance, all pitches have an organization control unit. These are the entry controls and cameras. We have up-to-date cameras in La Liga, and in all football pitches we have internal and external cameras. Very often legal colleagues do an investigation. They may be interested in somebody who met somebody, or they know of somebody that is being investigated and they need more data. So we can provide that data with that whom that person met in the stadium, where they went to the stands or wherever, the moment they went into the stadium, and all of the data is dealt with, and there is information that is added and gathered. There's facial entry recognition, fingerprints, and then FT technology. Any technology that they can think of, they use that, and that generates a lot of information that we have available, and that can be useful for the work that they have to do, because this is throughout the country in professional football and first and second division, premiership, the top division. So the events organizer, which is La Liga, together with the football clubs, give the facilities. The La Liga installs all the systems in the police forces, the Mossos, the National Police, or the Achancha Police Force. We deal with the daily management of those systems. So what I'm saying is that there's a huge amount of information that is generated, and it's available to investigators whenever they ask for it. So we work mainly with violence, but we can use images or data for any other system also. we are the national information point for football in Spain. But this is there's a European network. Each country in the EU and others outside the EU have created this national information point where we exchange all kinds of data and information concerning displacements, for example, a Champions League match. When fans from other countries come, we look at the number of whether there are violent fans, and we look for the collaboration with those countries. There are protocols that are standardized in Europe in order to request the support of police forces that are familiar with the particular fans of the teams, and they come to collaborate with in the same way that we also travel abroad when our teams play away, and they ask for that collaboration. So all teams in first and second division, but also in the basketball ACB and professional category sports, all teams have a security coordinator, and that is a police officer who is in charge of the mechanism, and they get in touch with the clubs, with the fan clubs, and so they have a lot of information that can be useful to you for fixing and betting. It could be useful, and the coordinator will be able to get first-hand information when report notes are made when something happens where there's a suspicion. La Liga has quite sophisticated programs about betting, and when they see that there are peaks or abnormal betting for a sports event, that brings about suspicion about what might be happening. If the La Liga sees that, they pass it on because something might have happened there. The same with the gambling or betting. When we see the odds or any particular information, we collaborate with the clubs and we make an informative memo so that the legal department can work with it. And this gives us a lot of work. But so last season there were 1,600 proposals for fines or punishments for non-compliance of the law. Just like in the gaming sector, in the sports sector, the laws are very regulated, and the functions of the clubs, what they have to comply with is very well laid down, like entrance and searches, and we are open to other mechanisms. Drones also is something that is in fashion at the moment. It can affect us in the end, because imagine in a large stadium a drone comes in, it can stop a match with the public order problems that can be generated along with that. And in Spain, as well as in Europe, there could be friendly drones that try to get a picture or some with a protest or something. But fortunately, we haven't had any attack drones yet with explosives or anything, but it could happen. So essentially, there is a tool in the sports world, and there are many cameras. The Bernabeu Stadium has about 200 cameras, even though it's under building work at the moment. And this generates information that can be useful. And that's all from me. This is what I wanted to convey to you all. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your talk presentation, Juan Carlos. You referred to various sports regulations, not so much for responsible gaming, but it does seek the responsible behavior of the consumers of sports spectacles, particularly for football. And that has to go together with the protection of other citizens and consumers of all of these spectacles. Thank you very much, Juan Carlos, for your presentation. And now we'll give the floor to Karen Sierra, finally. She will be surprising us. I'm convinced she will be surprising us, because apart from that she's not wearing a uniform, which is going to give us a different view, she's going to talk about gaming in Latin America. And for many of us, it is an unknown field. And it's very different to the situation that we're familiar with in Spain or Europe. Thank you. Thank you very much, David. Can you put my presentation up on the screen, please? Thank you. Well, whilst it comes up, thank you very much. Thank you, Mariela. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to be here in this meeting together with us. For us, really, personally and as a company, it is an honor to be here in GLI. We have always worked with and based ourselves on Spanish regulations. That is how our operations began, together with many Spanish companies that came to our countries. And so we are very highly influenced from Spanish laws from the beginning in our countries. I work for GLI, Gaming Labs International, and I would like to explain a little bit who we are, because not everybody here knows us. You're talking about certification and the processes for inspection. Perhaps do know us better, but other people may not. So really, we are known in the world as a laboratory of certification, but our role goes further than that, particularly in Latin American countries and in the Caribbean, where there's many prohibitions still. There aren't any gaming laws or regulation entities. And so we have a role as consultant for regulations. Also, with regards to responsible gaming, with prevention and security, we also go hand in hand with regulatory entities, but we also work with the suppliers in the industry who want to develop best practices. As you can see on the slide, there's consultancy, capacitation, certification, and safety audits. Security audits, we are accredited everywhere in the world, whether it's a certification process. There's more than 480. And globally, we are present in all continents. Our central office is in New Jersey and in Spain. We have a lab in Catalonia. So we're even present here in Spain. So, as I mentioned before, our work also is aimed at law and developing regulations for gaming. And to concentrate on the two subjects that have been mentioned already, which is responsible gaming and prevention of fixing sports fixing, and these are the things that we talk with regulators and governments when they are creating their laws and bylaws. We want to concentrate most of the regulations on the rules that are aimed towards prevention. In this case, prevention with regards to the fight against fraud and illegal gaming, problematic gaming, integrity in sports, and these are the subjects that affect us. With regards to responsible gaming, we always recommend that we should focus on interdisciplinary and interprofessional. We have proof of that here. We have the police, we have government offices, we have leagues, sports leagues, and all the different stakeholders in this system of the gaming industry. Here we're talking about gaming regulators, operators, suppliers, also manufacturers. In the case of responsible gaming, it's always very recommended to include the Ministry of Education. We were talking about this yesterday. Not only because they support us with the process of internal training, as well as because of the primary and secondary schools, where we recommend that they start to talk about prevention. In the health ministries, of course, the public entities and private entities of health professionals and organizations also support these efforts for prevention and for treatment. Professional leagues in different sports in different countries, the Ministry of the Sports, the police forces whenever appropriate, and finally the academia, universities, research institutes, because we clearly believe that to develop a regulation has to be based on data, on facts, on the reality in our jurisdictions and countries, so that it is successful. With responsible games, I don't know whether there's a framework here, but we always we recommend talking about a framework of responsible gaming. This is a commitment between the regulating entities, the government, and the industry. This framework is a guide for developing regulations for responsible gaming, and with the implementation by regulated and regulators. One solution doesn't work for everybody. And here I'm going to talk about the games regulations of Massachusetts. I've had to research all the different models of responsible gaming that there are in the world. And the case of Massachusetts, this is a point of reference that we use a lot when we talk. It's called positive play in English, but this is really to identify that there are differences among gamers and the tools and possible actions that can be taken for each type of gambler or gamer has to be different. We're talking about positive play, player who plays for entertainment, who dedicate part of their monthly budget for entertainment and leisure and has no problem, no risk. Then we have risk gamblers and gamblers who have gaming problems. And then in order to talk about the certification, which I mentioned before in the presentations, and face-to-face and presential gaming, here we have a couple of examples. There aren't any. The standards are very broad because there are many points of prevention that have to be considered. But you talked about entry checks in Argentina, for example, in Mendoza. They themselves, they hire the service of biometric systems, which is linked to the self-exclusion system in order to prevent also fraud. And there are technical standards for the certification. Among the verifications in the certification process, there is also the game design. There are requirements to ensure that the lab verifies that the game does not excessively use designs that can lead to addiction. And messages can be given on the machine depending on behavior. And with regards to monitoring also, the labs verify that there is a record of money that has been paid or betted on. And there's much more, but I only have 13 minutes, so this is an overview. With regards to the systems without cash, with electronic payments, this is something which was requested by the industry during the pandemic, but because they didn't want to use cash. So in some jurisdiction, it was allowed to use electronic means of payment with QR codes and so forth in order to add credit to the machines. But in cases where this type of technology is permitted, and this includes loyalty, we have an additional tool in order to understand the behavior of the player and detect a problem with a specific gambler. This is a little bit like the monitoring in the online gaming industry. This is copied from our Peruvian regulator, but in the diagram you can see that it is a requirement sometimes that in coin machines should be interconnected to a system. The system, what it does is to receive information of all the different machines, slot machines, physical data that the regulator wants to use for their checking process. At the beginning it was because of gathering paying taxes, but also there are other types of events can be reported that can support us with regards to responsible gambling or to stop fraud. And so what the lab does is to verify that those systems really receive the information correctly in the format established by the regulator. And some jurisdictions, like Peru, some provinces in Argentina, they all have their own regulations depending on the region, but in order not to go into detail, I will mention Colombia, United States, not in all states, but, and I was mentioning Massachusetts as an example in order to use it as a point of reference for the industry. But when we talk about the modernization of access to the game's contents, then we come into online gaming and online betting. And I think for those of you here, online gaming, this has to be very basic, but for those who don't work in gaming online, may be more interested in this. I can say this about the law. This law was very supportive for our jurisdictions in Latin America. Obviously, we're gaining experience and we're also improving our processes as we're going along, and that is where collaboration among different jurisdictions comes in. And online gaming, what is fundamental and for responsible gaming and for preventing fraud, for example, is to identify the people. It is always very important to clearly understand that the identification process has to have some requirements. It has to be established by regulation. We cannot presume that any operator in any unregulated jurisdiction is following these practices. It has to be properly established in regulation. One of these things, the confirmation of the identity of the person and the age. And you can normally do this by consulting the civil registry, for example, in Buenos Aires. But in Colombia, for example, with that type of access to statistics, they use the private service that exists in order to be able to identify the people with the civil register. In Colombia, for example, they also bear in mind the nationality and the domicile. Regulations also go to the detail of having requirements for the passwords that play for it to be secure, alphanumeric, and so forth. And also to validate that the person is not in a self-excluding list or prohibited players, because there are still jurisdictions that do not have that facility yet for operators, and that is something that could exist and should be developed, particularly national self-exclusion lists, because there can be lists per operator. But if you have a self-exclusion list at a national level, we cover the entire territory, and self-imposed limitations. This is all creating not only money or time limitations, but a person may think that they have greater risk with a specific type of game, poker or whatever, and it can be limited depending on the type of game. Also, now, with regards to responsible gaming and the tools that online gaming provides us with, here we have the self-exclusion mechanism has to be straightforward, simple, so the person can have quick access to it, and the process can be simple for them, so that there are no difficulties, so that they can reconsider stopping being self-excluded. So that there's a chronometer, so that they can see how long they've been playing in the game session. Information about information that is always available, for example, on the player screen, and that the message is clear that it is prohibited for minors, the prohibition of a negative account, and advice online, access to helplines. In some jurisdictions, there's number 1-800 or other numbers where people can get into call, and there can be chats also where people can communicate directly with some representative who can direct them to tools. These are just all examples, but there are messages to the gamblers also signaling how much time they've been gambling or how much money they've spent. They can create a gambling account and then to show them that they've been spending too much time gambling or there's too much expense. We recommend also self-diagnosis surveys that can be used and which are also available for many operators and regulators. And with regards to integrity in sport, there are specific requirements like the prohibition of transfer of funds among players, between players, to prevent collusion. and detection of suspicious situations and transactions. The regulator requires the inclusion of this kind of aids in the platform, and location of the player and identification of the device that they are using. That is the other part now with regards to the traceability of data, and this was mentioned also before, for online gaming and for gaming in presence. We have reports that will analyze where there could be a risk. In Latin America, we have the example of Panama, where regulators receive operator reports on demand. In Buenos Aires, for example, the regulator has direct access to the operator's platform in order to get those reports. And in Colombia, they follow the Spanish model, which is the inspection system, which is the external database, where regulators can get the reports in the format laid down in the regulations. And what information will we get in these reports? It'll allow us to analyze the bets, the types of bets, the date and our total amounts, type of betting results, all that is to do with the betting, and then events and games. And when we're talking about events, we're talking about sports events, casino games, live casino. The information is reported in such a way that the regulator can analyze by type of event, by type of game in the same way. They will be able to see what a person bets over a specific period of time, how long has been spent gambling, limits laid down if there is self-exclusion. It can be for a specific amount of time, it can be for 2 years, for 5 years, or it can be indefinite. So it is important also to analyze how that gambler, after they return from being self-excluded, if the behavior has improved, to determine whether the mechanism has worked or not. That is important in the reports. Also, significant events, for example, funds transfers or the withdrawal of funds beyond certain limits. Cybersecurity for online gaming is fundamental. I'm not going to go in detail about that. That is part of the audits. And finally, data. Data is very important, and in order to be able to define and start investigation and analyses that allow us to see whether regulation is effective, whether we have to modify it or change it in order to really achieve the objectives that we are seeking. And I'm going to go through this very quickly now, but I did want you to see the slide quickly. In some of our regulators also invest in advertising, digital advertising, company advertising in social networks. In Colombia, it's very special. It's one of the jurisdictions that at most they invest not only in advertising in order to prevent problematic gaming, but also to raise awareness about legal gaming and to keep citizens out of illegal gaming. And this is for Jamaica, also in the Caribbean, for regulations for responsible gaming at an institutional level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Karen, for your wonderful presentation and for sticking to the time allotted to you. Are there any questions for Karen? Good morning. Well, this is not a question, but a brief reflection, rather. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the police forces. I would like to thank you for your compliance, for your help. If there wouldn't be that level of compliance, regulation that has been designed or thought to protect citizens, without that level of compliance would not be possible, would not happen. It has also been clear the high level of compliance, commitment, and social corporate responsibility efforts. We are training people on responsible gaming and other themes that are related to it, and it has also been evidenced the big effort made by the law enforcement agencies, both national and regional, to carry out or to have accurate control and supervision of the sector. And now the challenge regarding private gaming, and to protect all the citizens, we need to think about what to do with some movements of groups that are outside the regional law and that are setting up or gaming or gambling in areas that have been reserved for private gaming. So we don't really want to turn that pyramid upside down, and we want to make them responsible and accountable for that. We haven't discussed citizen safety. In 2018, Salon Operation was launched. Unfortunately, that year there was a tragedy in a game room in Madrid, in Fuenlabrada more specifically, and a business person was killed by some robbers. And unfortunately, the similar situation has taken place in Catalonia very recently. I would like to thank the regional police forces and national police forces for having arrested the criminals very soon. I would like to send out a request. The following conversations that we had or that we've been having should be restarted, should be resumed, so that the gaming sector, as well as the law enforcement agencies, are very well informed about everything that is taking place regarding payments, regarding, everything that is taking place. The raw material with which we continue to work is cash. And that is also an appealing element, a highly appealing element for criminals, you name it. And that was my short reflection. I would like to thank all the panelists. Thank you very much for your brief reflection, for your gratitude. It is a mutual one from the law enforcement agencies. We are fully committed to maintain that dialogue and continue to enforce citizen safety. For a decade, I worked in organized crime and game saloon rooms. Unfortunately, over time, the rates went down. And there came a time that it was more difficult to buy huge amounts of money as a result of installation of cameras. And this is a topic that should not be neglected to avoid situations as accidents and tragedies, as the recent tragedies that we have witnessed. Any other questions? I have a question for Karen. To what extent governments are willing to embrace the data that they receive and inform the regulations with them? In the case of Latin America, this is a good question, really good question. In Latin America, from the viewpoint, the regulations that I mentioned are already existing. We got inspiration from the Spanish models, etc., of regulations, Spanish regulations. But regarding technology, we are seeing now that operators are becoming proactive. They are asking to sit down with regulators and to work together in the drafting or drawing up of responsible gaming frameworks that will guide the measures to be implemented and adopted by the industry with an aim of preventing gaming problems. our Latin American industry, those that are already regulated, for instance, online gaming, it is the actual industry who has started to knock at the door of governments. In some countries, that work is being carried out jointly. In Colombia, online gaming regulation was shortly launched. It had the collaboration of citizens and the joint work of the government as well as the sector. Thank you so much to our great panelists for the presentations. And now we would like to start panel discussion number 3.
Siempre tiene que poner algún pero. Mariela, muy bien. Hola, ¿me oye? Hola. Me decían que hacía un poquito de frío.
I was being told that it was a bit chilly in this room. We will try to increase temperature. We will do our best. Now, please, I'd like to invite our panelists to come to the stage.
quitado el aire, parece. ¿Qué? Muchas gracias. Ahora la-
Puesto solo nombres porque no tenía mano de toda la gente que habla.
Vale, y la siguiente, ahora... Hola, comenzamos de nuevo.
Hello, we'll begin the third roundtable now. And it is the turn of the third roundtable with secure betting, safe betting. Bo Bernard, Vice President of the University of Nevada in Las Vegas, and will be moderated by Cecilia Pastor, Deputy Director of the Department of Inspection of Gaming, Felipe Sanchez Pedreño from the Department of Integrity of the Royal Spanish Federation of Football, Francisco Martinez, La Liga lawyer, solicitor, Alberto El Jarrat, CEO of Sportium, and Santiago Asensi, Managing Director, Managing Partner of Asensi Abogados. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I was thinking if you'd said to me in 1996 when I lived in Spain, there's one more. Forgive me. Claudia Marinelli, oh no. Claudia Marinelli, I skipped you. Criminal Intelligence Officer and Project Manager for the Match Fixing Tax Task Force in Interpol. Now we're complete. Well, thank you very much to you all. If you'd said to me in 1996 when I lived in Spain, in Valencia, and I could constantly observe, and I was watching all the La Liga matches when Fernando Hierro was playing, my favorite Real Madrid player, and Ronaldo in Barcelona, that one day I would be co-presenting a program on law, technology, responsible gambling in the headquarters of the National Police Force here in Madrid. I would have thought, how lucky I am, what a life. You got there, it's so impressive. And in our global world, it's so important to share information, to build bridges and alliances like this. I'm the director of the International Gaming Institute in the Las Vegas University, and I'm studying the history of casinos, gambling, gaming. And I'm very proud to be co-founder of this island with Jackie. and with Mariela. Let me tell you a little bit of the history about my city. I was also thinking about the laws and the history of my university and my city. The secret of the success of Las Vegas is that we eliminated the era of the mafia. The secret of the history of Las Vegas is that the era of the mafia really was not a very successful era. It was not financially successful. Las Vegas became a successful and global destination when it became clean, a clean destination open to everybody. And in the same spirit, I'm so glad to be here in order to support a clean world and an open world. So thank you all for your participation. And thank you, everyone in the audience. Thank you. Hello, good morning, good afternoon. It's getting late, but as was foreseen, we will try to be direct and efficient, because here we have the 300 survivors, and I don't know who will be left in the auditorium when we get to 3 p.m. So in this third roundtable, we will continue to identify different types of fraud that affect gambling. We will return to the subject of corruption in sports, and with the speakers we have here representatives of sports organizations and operators and police forces. We will try to analyze all the difficulties that there are in order to build a case, and we'll see how we build a case in order to be able to take to criminal jurisdictions. The importance of collaboration among all the sports organizers, betting organizations and authorities. We will look at other types of fraud, and in the end everything is mixed together, and it's all linked to a subject which is key, which is identity fraud and bypassing funds. We will talk a new phenomenon which we've been observing for a few years now, which is the use of AI, artificial and automated robots, and all of the risks that arise from that and the possibility of detection and persecution. We will first of all talk with Francisco Martin from the legal department of La Liga, and with him we will study the criminal penalties related to betting, particularly in the specific cases. In Spain, we will concentrate on cases where gambling was the motivating force or had a main role in the commitment of the crime. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Cecilia. Wait for the presentation to come up on the screen. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the opportunity of participating in this forum and for the invitation. At the time, with this third roundtable, I would also like to thank the audience for their capacity for resisting and of remaining in the auditorium. I think they have had intuition about the fact that lawyers are coming up on stage, but I will try to be as concise as properly to give you some ideas of those practical aspects of my talk, which will talk about betting and sports betting corruption. Sports corruption came into our penal code in 2010 on the 22nd of June, and our colleague in the first roundtable from the Brazilian police with the crime in Brazil of sports corruption And here we have made progress with different procedures and with different results in the different situations which have been brought to court with, we hope that this will lead us to a good end with the excellent work that is done in prevention, in arrests, and in the compiling of the necessary evidence so that when proceedings are initiated, we can achieve a satisfactory end with a conviction that has good enough supportive evidence in our legal system. The crime is introduced in the socio-economic paragraph, and this makes us see that sports corruption crime is related with economic activity that has a significant importance and effects in different situations. It is defined in paragraph 4 of Article 286b. There is specific reference to the first, second, and third paragraphs because in the fourth paragraph it says that what is said is applicable in remission as an efficient legislative technique. So my main intention with my talk was just to give a couple of ideas related to betting and betting as something after the penal description of if the gamblers can be active subjects in the crime, if a gambler could be convicted as an active subject or as a passive subject, as an author, as a participant in our legal code under the crime of sports corruption. As it is laid down, it talks about specific subjects that are qualified. These are the managers, administrators, employees, or collaborators of a sports entity, like any sports entity, apart from it being a club or a limited company or any other legal condition, and then the sportsmen, referees, and judges. So the question is where the gamblers or the bettors could be participants as in the crime. My point of view is yes, there's part of the doctrine that corroborates that. Particularly, we mention Mr. Julian Sanchez Melgar, a judge in the Supreme Court, who is also a lecturer of the Supreme Court decision that resolved the cassation from the province of Navarre, which convinced authors of the crime of the Osasuna case. Judge Melgar considers that the gamblers can be, although they're not managers or they're not players, they're not referees, but they are they place the bets because there's no exclusion, but the other subjects, because in the crime could be collaborators or cooperating in the committing of the crime. Following this line of thought, obviously somebody who's betting could operate in cooperation with one of the special subjects that has been described, like a manager of the club, a player, or a referee, and therefore they could have a participation, therefore they could have a penal responsibility for committing the crime, not as author of the crime as such, undoubtedly, because their participation would be reduced to cooperator, necessary collaborator. But I do personally consider that it is worthwhile, or it was worthwhile, drawing attention to this, because the people who place the bet can commit that, but that they have a specific scope that I do not, and other things may coincide where the behavior of the person placing the bet can also be considered. For example, in proceedings underway, like in the Oikos case, where the gamblers who were investigating these proceedings were not initially because of sports corruption, but they were pursued for fraud. The same type of behavior could be liable to having two different paragraphs of two different types of crime, but not because of that can you discard the crime of sports corruption. There's a specific mention also to betting, and there is introduction to gambling in Article 286 quarter of the Penal Code, which is done well after the introduction of this type of crime in 2010, and then there was a modification which refers to the first time to the gamblers since 2015. There is no doubt that in spite of the motives drawn up in the law with regards to gambling, there isn't a detailed explanation of the reason of including gambling games as an aggravating factor, but the legislator perceives that the corruption of sports crime has an interest to fix results, and the aim of the corruption with regards to the sports event is alternatively to alter or to influence in betting and gambling. This is perceived by the legislators, so they decide to introduce the environment of gambling and betting as an aggravating factor, and perhaps we should think about whether these types of behavior which are trying to be punished through aggravation should be specified as an independent type of behavior without it being established as an aggravating factor as it is laid down in Germany. It was also differentiated with sports corruption. So, and then there's the fraudulent alteration in gambling and gaming, and we may think about whether the legislator could do that in order to include these types of behavior which are more difficult to fit in as an aggravating factor. There isn't a very specific penalty for it, and of these ideas is something I leave on the table for you, but the legislator undoubtedly sees that there is a problem with betting, and this is introduced therefore as a specific aggravating factor for paragraph 4 of 286 in sports corruption. And there are common aggravating factors which also affect paragraph 4, which are especially relevant benefits, profits and advantages, which are developing this within a criminal organization or group, and these are common aggravating factors. But then there are these specific aggravating factors when the behavior also has the end of gambling, of gaming, that has a specific aggravation factors, particularly when it occurs in a national or international level. This clearly refers to the competitions organized by the Professional Football League. This relates to the type of conviction and penalty. These kinds of activities of sports corruption have a prison sentence of 4 to 7 years, or a fine for an individual. The mention to a juridical person, the juridical person can also be responsible. There are accusations of legal persons in procedures for fixing, and there are examples of that. That can be important. And another important thing is the aggravating factor for the sentencing, because as we said, when it can lead us to sentencing at the higher end of from 6 months to 4 years, or even to go to the next level, which would increase the sentencing significantly for the perpetrators, and even the legal person in turn would take along with it the compliance plans and what the legal persons had to face with regards to exemption of responsibility. This also affects prevention and training to prevent all of the aggravating factors. So I thought it was relevant as a second idea to bring in the express mention of gambling with regards to the type of sports corruption in our criminal code. It is so important that, let's say, in the chronograph of legal proceedings that exist and where we've had the opportunity of participating to date, there's one missing, which is the Conifera case, which is from this year, but we have not included this, but chronologically in football, in football competitions, in this context, there are 9 proceedings underway for fixing. If we look at when the match fixing was done, they coincide with the aim of altering sports betting with the introduction of this criminal paragraph. One of the motivations for fixing is to alter the results of the gambling or betting. This is something that happened in the 3rd division. It involved a 3rd division club in the region of Valencia, Beniganim it's called, and this coincided with the aggravating factor. So the legislator was watching carefully and brought in time the mention of this aggravating factor and specified it then. And like a forecast, the remainder of fixing incidents that are investigated have a relationship with the world of gambling. But not only that, but what is most concerning, there's the phenomenon of the participation of the bringing of criminal organizations or criminal groups which somehow are promoting or inducing or leading to corruption, sports corruption behavior with the gambling. And in the proceedings, I will now finish, as I said, fortunately, you will see that we've had 4 convictions. And just to round off now, we will have the opportunity in the case of the fixing of the Eldense team. This is the first time would be called upon to present the accusation, and we will have the opportunity of testing the aggravating factor of the influence in gambling and betting, also with the coordination and together with the aggravating factor of belonging to a criminal organization or group. So this will elevate the higher level of conviction allowed by our penal code. Thank you very much. I'm sorry not to have more time, but thank you, Francisco. We have taken up 16 minutes, but I wanted to talk about the difficulty of getting evidence and the importance that this has, and we'll have the possibility of talking about this when we know what organizations and operators do.
Now we give the floor to Felipe Sanchez Cedreño. He comes from the Integrity Department of La Liga. He will tell us about the legal mandate that has been issued for protection of sports. Felipe, you have the floor. Spanish Federation of Football, as a non-profit organization, has as its main objective the promotion, organization, regulation, and development and practice of football across Spanish territory. Would like to thank you for your invitation to take part in this meeting and to discuss such an important topic such as sports gaming, sports betting and the impact on the focus of the federation, that is to say, the protection and promotion, in so much as both relevant concepts may be impacted by betting. We understand that the synergy of efforts and the synergy of joint activities can be extremely important. We know that gambling or betting is a legal activity in Spain. It is subject to some limitations, to some controls, and the federation, Spanish Federation, of course, has an utmost respect to any activity which is carried out under that regulations. We fully respect those regulations. Therefore, from there, we are concerned about two elements which are related from betting. That is to say, it's those that are placed in football as recruitment, as leisure. Even if we are talking about leisure, if there is a failure to comply with disciplinary code, for instance, disciplinary code of the Spanish Federation of Football or the gaming law. So those limitations have been already set up, even if we are talking about a specific field. On top of that, we are also concerned about betting when a gambler places its bets in a game he's engaged in. This is not only failure of disciplinary norms, but this could also be a precursor of a penal crime. So this is a basic explanation. And as I say, it is the focus of attention of the federation. We are concerned about betting, and there is a concept that has been mentioned this very same morning, that is to say, addiction. So, for instance, addiction to new technologies and also easiness of betting, not only to people of age, but also to minors. We do understand that the protection and the safe football should be based on fair play and compliance of norms and regulations. I mentioned before there is a possibility to failing to comply disciplinary code. We are not talking about disciplinary code of the Spanish Federation, but not only that, there is an ethical code of UEFA or FIFA, which also sets out a number of limitations for those which are involved or in football. This protection offered by the Spanish Federation of Football, we do understand that should not only be passive in nature, but we do carry out a number of initiatives as well as projects that help us advocate for safe and responsible safe football. Here I would like to mention our national training program on integrity. Each session we give training about awareness raising for integrity and protection of integrity. They are organized chronologically by competitions. Football competitions that are relevant to us. As I say, they are chronologically and geographically arranged for us to advocate and promote safe football. Those actions are carried out together with the beneficiaries. This is not only about setting out concepts, but seeing which are the limits, what is the danger or the repercussions of overcoming that limit. And it is also an invitation to reflect. If you are part of the football world, if you have made it to there, we understand that this is your passion. So these fraudulent or criminal activities will move you away, will take you away from that you are passionate about. You will never win. There may be some factors that may deviate your attention, but at the end of the day, you will always lose. And it is, well, the response on part of the football clubs is highly welcoming. At the end of the day, we are all stakeholders to widespread and to communicate a shared message, a common message, to reach out all the competitions that we are involved. Okay, we carry out sessions from the integrity department of the Spanish Federation, but we also have integration points in all of our regional subsidiaries, which complements all the actions that we have carried out. Common standards are being followed, and therefore the training that is given out nationally and regionally is consistent. We often meet with UEFA and FIFA, and we are aware of the type of this type of policies which are being developed around us in other sports. Last year, we fulfilled by 100% the objectives that we have set out for the teams playing in our competitions, and we discovered at the end of the day that we are talking about addiction to new technologies, emerging technologies, new technologies, and we are talking about new technologies in every single field. We are talking about new technologies on our day-to-day basis. And now, if we are talking about football, we cannot forget that match fixing and betting has been open or are now present in new technologies, and therefore virtual or online betting. We are all aware of esports. There are already competitions, there are already clubs that have opened the doors to that, and that should also be protected. We have discovered that there is a need to extend that training. Now we have a specific training session for that, and which is known as general fraud. We are doing that jointly with esports. And as I say, we are seeing significant prevalence, increasing prevalence, and it's growing exponentially. In addition to that national training program, we also carries out monitoring in joint cooperation with our fraud detection system, which is a world leader in providing integral solutions for sport fraud prevention. And as a result of that, last season, we covered up to 5 football categories. And I should say that our federation is one of the federations which is leading that theme, that subject. This gives us momentum and motivation to continue doing it. We know that monitoring should not only be taken or done on face-to-face matches or games, but also to online gaming or football. In this protection and defense of football, there is an aspect which is also very important to us and that has been mentioned in the 2 previous roundtables. That is to say, the cooperation of each and every one of the stakeholders that are present here is essential, is crucial. This is joint action, and it is easier if we work together. If we work together, we will end up passing on our message. Our message will be impactful, and so that we can all together can change the reality. And as I say, if we travel that path together. There is a message that we have launched for the Spanish Federation of Football, which is the following: if you are part of football, if important to you, so you should move away from betting. Zero betting, not even leisure betting. There is no need to be part of the football world to do any betting whatsoever. At the end of the day, the line is very thin. Dividing line is very thin. We are all well aware of the big consequences that unsafe betting may entail. I would like to thank you again for giving me the opportunity to take part in this roundtable. Thank you very much, Felipe. I would like to highlight the work that you carried out with lower level competitions. Well, probably this is populated by more vulnerable people, young people, because of the purchasing power. And I'm saying this out of my personal experience due to the great difficulty, due to its capillarity, the high number of federations, teams, etc. Yes, it is true. We have detected significant lack of awareness. That's what's very, very important for us to reach them out. They do not have the capacity to assess the magnitude of the negative repercussions. They are young people, and their vulnerability is what actually drives us to protect them. Of course, we protect other type of competitions. We know that it is essential, but we do understand that this population is at higher risk. At the end of the day, the tools used by international organizations are very clever or evil. They know whom to attack. One of the training sessions of awareness raising, we tell them that match fixing, which is aimed at having a profit, that is to say, to move on to illegal betting. Criminal organizations are very clear as to the link, which is the key link to succeed in the efforts. The criminal organization will deploy the charm to achieve their goals. But if the person who is on the playing field does not cooperate, the other links are out of the game. And that is the starting point when it comes to awareness raising. And that vulnerability, that vulnerable group of people are the ones that need most protection because they lack that awareness. Thank you. Thank you, Felipe. So now what La Liga is doing in terms of monitoring, what the Spanish Federation of Football is doing, the game operators are also monitoring the betting markets where they operate, and they may also detect abnormal situations that may be indicators of fraud associated to match fixing. To hear about how to detect those things and how to detect those things and the importance of operators within the framework of detection, we have with us Alberto Jarras, which is the Managing Director of Sportium. Alberto, be welcome. Thank you so much, Cecilia. I would like to thank the organizers, Jacqueline and others. I am surrounded by lawyers and police officers. I don't know whether I would try to be up to the standards. The level of our speakers, of their presentations, is very, very high. This is a topic we are well aware of, we are sensitive to. We've been so for many, many years now. I didn't bring any presentations with me, yet I would like to do my best to share our experience and what we do from our betting shop, both face-to-face and online. In 2014, we were pioneers. I don't know whether we were the first ones or one of the first ones that implemented a protocol of collaboration with La Liga. Back in 2014, we had Javier Tebas, that has joined the institution short ago. He set out a number of red lines of zero tolerance of some aspects like match fixing, violence, and others. We took it from there and we engaged in collaboration that has been ongoing ever since, and which has set out the basis of what brings us here, that is to say, collaboration among the stakeholders. I would like to start from something which is basic. When we are talking about responsible gaming, when we are talking about match fixing, sometimes there is a kind of a trend to mix things. When it comes to match fixing, there are two clear victims here. First one is sports. The normal sports activity is being disrupted, and when match fixing is driven by economic forces, well, betting shops are also another victim, because criminal groups have kind of eliminated the uncertainty of that event for them to make a profit at the expense of betting shops. Sometimes we are talking about illegal betting, and it seems that we are criminalizing betting or betting shops. And as I say, oftentimes, well, betting shops are also victims. A number of important concepts should be clarified here based on our experience. This is a joint effort that requires cooperation of everyone. Sigma, it is a platform where all the national operators share information, share potential alarms that help us build up a case that may be taken to court, prosecuted, you name it. Yet this is a drop in the ocean of match fixing. In a global world, criminal groups are not located, are not based in Spain, they are based somewhere else. Those criminal groups that will do match fixing, a football result or a market, you name it. Even if we are talking about a Spanish competition, they will not do it to obtain a profit, to make a profit in Spanish betting shops, but in places where regulations are weak or non-existent. This is an extremely complex phenomenon. In so much as there are territories, geographies which are grey in terms of regulation or fully unregulated, what we are doing is just to try to get rid of water on a boat which is full of holes. Even if we fix our hole, we are in a global world. When we talk about our regulation, and I'm truly saying this, I'm really, really proud of being subject to that regulation. It is an exemplary, it's a role model regulation which has been followed suit by very many other geographies. But as I say, this is a global phenomenon. We collaborate through the Sigma platform in Spain, yet this is not sufficient. This is not enough, because what happens in the rest of the world has an impact on us. And we may not have that information in Spain of what is happening somewhere else. Users in Spain are 1.5 million. In 2015, we joined the IBI, which is an international platform where all the major or big operators are present, where the activity of millions of users is being monitored. Sharing that information makes us be more effective. IBI, let me share some figures with you. In the first half of the year, some 135 alerts have been triggered. Cases have been reported to the relevant authorities and entities and bodies. We at Sportium, we have identified 5 alerts that have been reported. We have gotten the feedback that other members of the platform of our association confirm that our case had a base, was real. Okay, we're talking about 1 million users nationally. Each operator has its specific database with a partial view. If we look at that globally, unless we work together, we will not succeed in tackling this global problem. Spanish regulation has been a role model. It is not that I'm saying it. Other regulators say it. They are using it as a reference for implementing them in the relevant countries. But ideally, we would need that 100% of the world has the regulations, gaming regulations, or betting regulations. Karen has more of a global view, but I don't think that I think that less than 50% in the world is regulated. And I believe that over 50% is gray territory, where someone gets registered and does not follow any approved regulations, where transactions and operations cannot be traced or monitored as we do here in Spain, where these criminal groups can easily do identity fraud and they will not be prosecuted. If there is no regulation on betting, there will be no development, or will not be included in the penal code. We cannot, of course, prosecute any crime if it is not regulated. Match fixing that may take place in first and second division and other lower divisions or categories are not necessarily designed to commit fraud on the betting shops on the territory. Well, because we have a strong identification system of users, because there are specific prohibitions for minors, as well as subjective prohibitions for those who are interested in competitions, that is to say, referees, coach, players, technical staff. So it is much more difficult to commit fraud on us, where we have strong regulations, versus committing fraud somewhere else. This does not eliminate the risk of being victims of it, because some players may be cheated or which may be weak links of the chain. Elite athletes make big money, but when it comes to lower categories, we are talking about football, but we should also mention tennis, which is number one sports in terms of alert generation. There we find athletes and players who may not be able to make ends meet and may lack any training or any awareness. That is to say, they are prone to being victims of these fraudulent activities. When it comes to match fixing, betting shops. As I say, in many cases we become victims, but at the same time we are part of the solution because we manage a great deal of data. Sometimes we penalize new technologies, but new technologies offer advantages when it comes to managing our data, to protect the good ones, and to prosecute criminal groups and villains. All those data that we manage are made available to all the authorities, any party that may prosecute those criminal groups. I just don't want to go over time. I know we are a bit short for time, and I will be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you very much, Alberto. I just want to establish a framework. And well, drawing on what Alberto told us about Sigma, this is a platform that we have in the DG for gaming regulations. This is a system to receive alerts from different players, to carry out our analysis and to report that to the police, or to send out our reporting to the police. We work under the European Convention about Manipulation of Sports Competition, Macaulay Convention, which is a European norm or convention open to everyone, precisely because of what you told us about this international global issue that affects us all, and that we don't know where the origin of the risk is located, so to speak. This convention establishes the setting up of national platform. Spain has not ratified it. We don't have the national platform, but we have created a national commission to fight manipulation of sports competition and sports betting, where we have the participation of leagues, police forces, all the law enforcement agencies, and others. Okay, I just would like to clarify it on these points. This is a universal issue. We all agree with that. The solutions that we are delivering are local, but we are trying to make an effort to integrate ourselves with the other stakeholders. Sigma is focusing on the Copenhagen group, which is like the European Sigma, where all the European alerts are being centralized. And now, question. And this is linked to what one of the participants mentioned in the first roundtable, which is about face-to-face betting. In this model of monitoring and control that we implement, but it is based on verification of identity, register, and traceability of all the transactions and operations. That does not exist in face-to-face betting. As far as we know, there is no register of the user. I don't know the traceability of transactions. I don't know where it starts, where it finishes, if any. Do you think that could be a risk because they are, in fact, match fixing impacts both baseline and online betting? And what the person is also asking is to what extent face-to-face betting could support this ecosystem of prevention, detection, and prosecution of match fixing? Well, everything counts. Everything adds up to. At the end of the day, it's about having maximum information, maximum number of sources which allow us to identify something which is abnormal and to report it to the relevant authorities and players. The fact that in digital transactions, online transactions, users are perfectly identified, the information that we manage both platform or whenever we made it known to the sport entities, we do not disclose or facilitate personal details unless there is a judge that may request us to disclose that personal information or personal details. So at the end of the day, what we are handling or managing are the transactions, the movements, the number of abnormal odds or bets that are just abnormal, the fact that there are some markets, specific markets for some events, and they say, oh, this is strange, this is weird. So when we are seeing an X number of goals or anything that may help us, sources of information that may help us identify that something abnormal is taking place, is completely feasible with everything that we are doing. It enriches our information, even if we have the information about the person who placed the bet. Even if we will never have the opportunity to check whether it is legal or not, we will never disclose that information with anyone because of the data protection law. So the match fixing, what is of concern to us or what matters to us, it doesn't really matter whether that information comes from an identified source or an unidentified source. Well, we just want to have data, the data that would help us trigger an alarm. Thank you very much. Fraud in betting linked to match fixing, most of the times, is also connected with identity fraud. The person who bets uses the identity of another person that has obtained in a fraudulent manner. This identity fraud, which has the objective of hide the real identity of the gamer, it is also used for other reasons. For instance, those who have self-excluded themselves, those who use the gaming platform to launder money or to use stolen credit cards, just to mention some examples. In recent years, we have also seen the proliferation of automated software, that is to say, bots. And in many cases, what we are seeing is that those bots are being offered on the side of the game as a service for financial investments. So we have Financial Asensi with us, who is the director partner of Asensi Abogados law firm. Thank you very much, Cecilia and Jacqueline, for the invitation, and to the National Police Force for sharing the facilities with us for this summit. I will be brief in my presentation. I'm quite obedient. Therefore, I will use 10 minutes allotted to me. Well, these conferences or these summits are being broadcast on streaming. We don't know who is at the other end of the line, and I am the last but one speaker of the day. And because everyone, or we are all used to eating 3 times a day, I understand that our audience is hungry already. I will stand up as I need my prescription glasses. I am a partner of a law firm specialized in gaming. Most of the cases that we've been dealing with up until 3 years ago are the typical ones that you may expect in a regulatory law firm and of compliance, and we represent around 80% of the operators, 80% of the market of online betting. And for the last 2 to 3 years, situation has changed quite a lot in terms of the structure of our law firm due to the high number of demands or complaints of users against operators due to different things, but primarily because of the setting out of limits on the bettings and because of the cancellation of freezing of the bank accounts. My presentation, I'm sure that you have read a lot about it on different papers. Well, sometimes there is not a clear distinction, they do not make a clear distinction of what is legal or illegal. People often say, oh, whenever I have a game, then I get limitations. Limitations are put on me. This is what gamers say. But here we're talking about 2 fraudulent behaviors. So these are the counterparty betting. So the usual ones are the sure bets. Sure bets are the ones that are being done on two operators and then where all the options are taken up. For instance, a tennis match between Nadal and Federer. So all the bets go for Nadal on shopping, on betting shop 1 and Federer betting shop 2. In any of the cases, we will be winning. Is this legal or illegal? To my mind, to my perspective, the moment you get rid of randomness, the moment you get rid about the lack of uncertainty about the results of a game, we are talking about something which is not legal, or rather illegal. This is not arbitrage, but it is quite frequent as well. Value bets. Well, bets that should be paid are 1.2, but the operator who has 10,000 or 20,000 markets per day, when it comes to place that bet, may have made a mistake and instead of paying it 1.5, pays 5.1. All that is detected through IT bots. IT bots work in the following fashion. First of all, they calculate their own odds. Same as an operator, as any operators, bots have their own system that help them calculate, work out the odds that should be paid in each of the events that are offered by each or all the operators involved in the game. Then error detection comes in, and then the amount of money to be bet. The bot does that, taking into account the bet that each of the players have made. Cases. What operators do is to set out a number of limits so that the users that are using bots, those who are winning all the time, not because they are highly talented, because they are using different technical means to commit fraud. Not all the judges understand that. Not all the judges give us reason, and sometimes the verdicts are quite, sentences are quite appealing. So in that case, we had a user who was placing bets every 8 seconds and was placing hundreds of bets on a daily basis. The case said, well, there may be indications, but there is no proof. There is no proof of any fraudulent activity. This has been instructed by court number 10 in Valencia. That history of betting, here we can see that several bets are being made in the very same seconds. Around 222 bets over 10 hours. With a history of bets 14,000 over 6 months. All that carried out by a single person. This is a railway operator. He said that yes, he played or gambled for 5 hours on the row, but that does not mean that he was using any platform or any bot. He said that he had placed his bets in different sports in different places in the world, that was not conclusive evidence. Fraudulent behaviors. Most typical ones are using several accounts through the purchases of identity card. If you give me a copy of your ID cards, I will give you 300 euros. It starts off 150 euros, then it will move up to 300 euros. And then we have the transfer of the account to a third party in exchange of a percentage of the gain. All the parties are engaged. You may borrow my account so that you use it, and there is a person carrying out transaction with 50 or 60 accounts, different accounts, and then he shares the proceeds or the gains of the profit. The main problem is that the regulation that was drafted in 2011 was not drawn up taking into account this type of fraudulent activities, or at least not in so much as they have been committed. So therefore, the judges and the courts do not have any solid basis for the rulings. Most of the cases are ruled in favor of operators, yet there is a significant number of cases where judges are lost in their rulings. Some judges love to handle atypical or uncommon cases. Well, they do good instructions, they study deeply, and at the end of the day, the rulings that are issued gave us the reasonable rulings in our favors. But then we also have other judges that, because they see an atypical case, they say, I just don't want to do that, I want to get rid of it, and then they just issue a ruling against us. So in terms of the regulation, the only article where we support ourselves and which is not fully clear, it is found in Royal Decree 1614-2011. It is Article 33, Section 2. The obligations of the operator. It is an obligation for the operator. The operator is obliged, whenever to his judgments, he detects or suspects fraudulent operation, he may freeze the account or suspend the account or the user. If there is evidence for that, well, he may cancel that account and he may report it to the relevant authorities. We do feel that this article could be better drafted. We do feel that there could be another regulation or article reinforcing that one. And now talking about all the cases, and more specific in relation to Article 33.2, there was a ruling in Vera Almeria. Well, they do not take into account that the user had the possibility to defend themselves. If we go back to the previous article, we can see that everything is left on the hands of the operator, judgment of the operator, with no need to go into any contradiction. And this should be done in this fashion, with a preventative character and to the judgment of the operator, because there is no time to carry out any investigation. The cases of pathological gaming, at the end of the day, there is no time or technological and human resources to invest on and to complete an investigation, considering that thousands of bets are being done on a fully every day. Solutions. As I said, the legislation should be amended. Amendments that could help operators to have more legal tools to use in the courts. We are at a time where all the regulations that are being drawn up, well, we are talking about responsible gaming, playing well, rules protecting the users, but there should also be norms protecting operators beyond police investigations. We celebrate them whenever we hear of them, whenever we see them on paper, but those legislation amendments should be urgently done. And then, of course, collaboration that all the stakeholders are carrying out with DGOG, more specifically Sigma, which very soon will become a reality, has been approved by the Parliament. When the law, that's 2013, will be approved at the Parliament, then it will be finally approved. And of course, with law enforcement agencies. This is all from me. The only thing that I would like to add before I finish is the following. All the activities of fraudulent gamers is causing huge economic harm. millions of euros. This is not reflected in the official memories, or the data are included in there. But when we see official data in our law firm and also data about taxation from our clients, we can conclude that we are not talking about a few thousand euros or 4 or 5 fraudulent gamers. As I say, we deal with 1,500 cases on a daily basis. Every day we receive 2 or 3 complaints, and those 1,500 cases are not being represent not only one user, but 5 or 10 or 20 users. So we do feel that this is a problem that should be eliminated, because the huge economic consequences or repercussions from it may take some of the operators in our country out of business. I have a question now. In your last slide, you told us about 3 elements: regulations, operators, and law security agencies. So here there are no regulators. This is a very complex topic. Therefore, I propose to set up a monographic session to go deeper into regulation. Police forces, Claudio will be with us next and will tell us more about it. And now operators. My question: if the key to this topic is identity verification and control of transactions, what could operators do when it comes to the registration or through the life cycle of the gamer? That is to say, checks, ongoing checks, to ensure that nothing is abnormal, control of means of payment, preventing, anonymous means of payment. What can you tell us about that? Well, at the end of the day, operators, fortunately, we have implemented technical measures at the highest level of standards. Those operators we work with, the verifications and the checks that they carry out are of a high level, yet fraudulent betting takes place. Sometimes these operators, when it comes to implementing all those checks, are already late, because criminal organizations are really fast, and sometimes, oftentimes they go ahead. When users complain, I cannot really bet. There are limitations on it. There is no right to place a bet. Why there should be a right to place a bet? Why an operator should be obliged to place a bet? Users are not obliged, operators are not obliged either. Same as an insurance company may not charge me, or for instance a 40-year-old driver who never had an accident, surely will benefit for a specific premium. But perhaps a 25-year-old driver who has 3 car accidents per year may have a higher premium. At the end of the day, operators are no different from any other industries or sectors. For instance, insurers that take measures to mitigate the risk of their activity. Something which is as clear as that is not always understood by some judges. This is not a reasoning that I am improvising. This is Article 1256 of the Civil Code. Why an operator should be obliged to place a bet? It seems that sometimes the betting contracts and the terms of condition, there should be a framework contract regulating the relationship between operators and users. Each place falls under a gaming contract, and the contract is not formalized up until the operator admits the bet that the user is proposing. Everything that has to do with announcement of the odds, this is pre-contractual basis. But the contract is not formalized up until the operator approves the bet that the user wants to make. The user says, I want to place my bet, and then the operator said, no, you cannot do that. There will be a limitation about what you may bet. We will pay you that odds, but this is the limit that you can bet, okay? And if you are not happy, I invite you to leave. I would like to go back to bots. If you're talking about automated software that some users download on their computers, from where they carry out thousands of transactions and where the real identity of the person behind all that is unknown, we could be talking about an instrument which is being covered criminals. They are making a profit and then and committing fraud. Well, to continue deepening into all these elements, we have Claudio Marinelli, who is Criminal Intelligence Officer and Project Manager of Interpol's Match Fixing Task Force. Claudio, thank you so much for being with us today. Be welcome. Thank you very much, Cecilia. I would like to extend my gratitude to the National Police Force of Spain and to my friend David, who sent an invitation for me to be here. I would like to thank Jacqueline. Now, after the panelist intervention, I'm being left with a hot potato. I would like to tell you what we do at Interpol. As an association that represents national police forces internationally in the field of sports corruption and illegal gaming. Interpol has been working for more than 15 years in illegal betting, illegal gambling, and corruption in sports. Most of those cases are associated with sports events, big international events. The next one will be in the Football World Cup that will take place in Qatar. So regarding corruption in sports, in the center that we have specifically designed for that has been newly created at the start of the year 22, in that division and in the anti-corruption unit, we have a number of tools to fight against corruption in sports, and as well as illegal gambling. The first tool that I would like to mention here is that we gather data from international investigations. This gives us a privileged vision. So we are gathering that information from 195 countries in the world. They share with us data from the criminal investigations. Thanks to that huge amount of data, we have tools to carry out our own investigations and to be aware of the tools that are being used in very many jurisdictions. And now that's where Interpol comes into force. That is to say, connect different police forces working in different countries. And here, that's where we also use other tools available to us. That is to say, the red news. I invite you to find information about the tool that we use at Interpol, which is a very simple tool. and then with these red colors find person who's missing, or for instance a case which is being developed or instructed in a specific legislation, or also to find intelligence or to disseminate intelligence which does not come from a specific country, specific cases. And this is the case now of automatic betting, of bots, and the use of fraudulent identity. So these are not real. What I'm talking about now is not real. In 2018, we disseminated a purple news about the use of identity that was stolen, and where the identity that was stolen was made the holder of account, betting account. When we analyzed the information that we got, and also in this specific case with the collaboration of Spain, we detected a number of investigations that were being carried out, but not only in Spain, but also in other countries, regarding the use of specific betting software. The lawyer sitting here next to me mentioned it very, very well. SureBet, ValueBet are different operating or transactions, but they are all associated with criminal organizations that use or that buy that software to the developers and use it through mullets or mules. So that is to say, they are there and they use credit cards that have been sold, or credit card that has been, or an identity card that has been stolen, to open up an account, and they use it to commit fraud. And commit fraud to the company. And we are all here talking about collaboration. We are discussing collaboration. If we do not have the collaboration of all the stakeholders who are being present here, sport, police forces, law enforcement agencies, operators, how come we can come out of this problem? We can tackle this problem. Also very important, the alert system that has been used up until now does not deliver the same level of trust that delivered before. Risks is of top importance. Copenhagen Group, the Council of Europe, Macaulay Convention, all those have been based on an alert system which nowadays is no longer reliable. We cannot really rely on it because automatic systems trigger alerts, trigger fake alerts. And here we are discussing how to resolve that problem. We need to resolve this problem all together, jointly. As at the end of the day, law enforcement agencies or police forces detect the case, pass it on to us, we analyze it, we cross it with the information that we have, for instance, in the case coming from Mexico, from the UK. I'm just giving out examples out of my mind. And this is the way of working together, of joint cooperation. So we have published the specific purple news on this. I'd like to show it to you. I have it here with me. Automatic betting, match fixing, money laundering, identity theft, use of stolen identity, technological crime, IT crime, cybercrime. Our colleague from Vienna mentioned this morning about the huge number of cyber crimes. And last but not least, tax evasion. If any gains come from, a profit or the gains from betting, and whoever has that money deposited is not the actual holder of the account, well, who knows? Perhaps someone knocked at my door sometime and I said, look, you haven't paid your taxes. on your profits, because these are the profits that have been recorded in your account. This is what we are seeing in very many countries, and this is what we are doing from Interpol. Fighting against that with the collaboration of the task force of match fixing task force, which is made up of 100 countries nowadays. We have the Zempira colleagues, which are members of our task force. Tiago is also a member of the IMFTF from Brazil. This morning we had Pablo from Europol, is also a member of IMFTF. Also members of that task force are representatives of regional police forces such as Europol, and this morning we also had colleagues that are also members of our task force, and this is for us a great honor to have them with us, and that give us reassurance. I would like to highlight here that at Interpol we give utmost importance to gambling. Gambling and betting works the same as any other financial market. That is, money gets in, money gets out. And a betting account works in the same fashion that a banking account. That's why it is a topic that is of great importance to us. And when it comes to analyzing and reporting and resolving it, we do it in the same fashion that if it were a banking account. At Interpol, we bring together all the information that we get from different countries, information which is aimed at being eventually disseminated to help out the law enforcement agencies all over the world. Well, this is a very important topic that you are putting forward, that is to say the burden of proof in penal processes, in penal proceedings. Well, in some cases that cannot be confirmed, and that is based on the information that we get from betting from all the monitoring that federations may make on the events, and as well as the information that we get from operators, betting operators. If that is the case, the burden of proof, we do have a problem. The problem is that many false positives will be generated. This generates lots of false positives. And that kind of creates and generates daunting work. Yes, this is a problem. If we have trusted and relied on alert systems and the systems that offer us monitoring, now we have those systems which are generating fake alerts. Well, perhaps the proposal would be to detect the patterns or trends that are associated with those automatic bots, even if they are difficult to prove at court. Once those patterns or trends are detected, perhaps we could shut them so that altogether we can take them out of the equation. But this is just a random proposition where we are all sitting here to work together. All the stakeholders here have information, and therefore that information is to be shared. Operators are to report cases, sports are to report cases. We, police forces, carry out our work, that is to say, to take in the reporting and then to investigate. But if one of the links is missing, we cannot carry out our work. I do understand that operators, well, even are a bit lost. And the regulatory framework, the legal framework, courts, nowadays when it comes to interpreting something which is unknown to them, they decide to defend the user most of the times. I just would like to add to this. I'd like to share a piece of data with you. All this that we are discussing here, it is not a minor phenomenon. We are not talking about geeks that have developed this software. There are dossiers or portfolios of products that they have software, with sure wins, with sure games. They base their selling arguments are based on plots, and legit companies are linked to that scam, to that fraud. Well, I don't know how to refer to them. That is an actual fraud. So whenever we are reaching those levels, so it is not the points of the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg. It is a huge iceberg. Some companies do that, and actually they are selling the mode of business. So behind the fraud, there is an actual structure of lawyers, companies that claim that it is financial investments. Well, everything that Alberto has just told us. At the end of the day, the user, from the floor up to here, there is a pile of legislation to defend the users, where operators have Article 33.2 and little else. And 32.2 article is confusing to some judges, not to all of them, but in very many occasions that has been the case. I go back to say to what I said before, the economic damage or harm which is being caused is huge. If we win 8 cases out of 10, the huge loss in those 2 cases is just huge. And the criminals come back with different identities. Perhaps the Treasury, we need to knock at the door of all of those who have rented or sold their ID card. Well, this is the end of the class. End of the lesson. Or the topic is on the table. We need to continue working together. I've been repeating this for years. I continue to repeat it. It is the one and only solution. And we do know that every 2 years a new thing is made up, of course. And that's why we are here for. We are there or here for to face up to that, to face that up. And we know that it's already 3 p.m. The bell has just rung. I just would like to ensure whether there are any questions in the room or not. Well, we are already hearing the smell of food, so I don't think that no one has a question. Thank you. Thank you so much, dearly, to everyone, to all the stakeholders, to all the participants, to our audience. And this is the end of this roundtable. I don't know whether the organizers, Jacqueline, would like to say a few words.
¿Queréis bajar? Gracias, Claudio. Perdóname por lo de antes. Has estado soberbio al final. Bueno, pues hemos terminado esta jornada tan...
This is the end of our intense day of work. I hope that you had a good time, that you felt at home. We are all a bit hungry now. We would like to thank you to those of you who are here, those of us who are following us on streaming. And I also would like to give the floor to my colleagues from the Alliance. It is a historical point in time because we are all together. First of all, I would like to thank Yankee, as well as all the people present here, to come over here to the National Police Force headquarters. It is extremely important that nowadays we are resolute and committed to share information among all the stakeholders who are working to achieve safe gaming, responsible gaming. The experience of all of us can help us develop better tools, and in each and every one of the countries we are working on policies for responsible gaming. Actions and activities such as this one will continue to be carried out not only in Spain but also in Las Vegas and Chile. I just would like to finish by saying that it has been a wonderful meeting. If you want to continue discussing on this topic, or if you want to visit me, Las Vegas, you will be very welcome. We are there and we offer you our full support. Thank you very much. Well, this is the end of the day, the end of our conference. I don't want to take too long. I just would like to thank Jacqueline. I'm sure that behind the day of today there is lots of hard work, passion, effort. Thank you very much to all of you from traveling such a long distance to be here with us. I would like to thank you for being here, for sharing your knowledge, your experience, and for the excitement that you have put in this meeting. Private sector, public sector have came together, have met with a common goal. The public sector can travel the path alone, but if it is accompanied by the private sector, we've made it to the destination in a better condition. Imagine that we are, well, in a high-speed train. New technologies, first and second train or cars, we may have the private sector. Fourth, fifth, and sixth, we will have the public sector. Who is driving that train? That high-speed train is being driven by citizens. Where is that destination? Well, whenever the citizen wants to take it to. And what about the passengers on the train? We need to accompany them all throughout the travel, providing them protection and safety and security, focusing on our efforts for the development of responsible, safe gaming. For that, private and public sector should work together as much as possible so that the bringing together of our efforts will help us achieve the objectives of both public and private sector. I would encourage you to continue on with our effort, and again, I would like to thank everyone who has made this conference possible.